Those are downstairs.
Yep, they will. I've set them up and going. If the sound's not working, they will not be getting. But if I have tested it, so it should be working. So
Good evening. What? I had before. Hello, can you hear me okay? Yes. Got such a big mouth, you should anyway. Oh yes, good evening everybody, welcome to the Planning Committee. The air conditioner is on, so it's quite nice and cool in here, but there's plenty of water out in the corridor if you feel the need for it. I'm Councillor Mike Lilly, and Chair of the Planning Committee, and I'll be chairing this meeting this evening. To begin the meeting, there are a few matters of housekeeping. Action in the event of an emergency. There are no practice alarms planned for this evening, so if an alarm sounds, please evacuate the Town Hall by going down the main staircase to the High Street and then to the car park behind the Town Hall in St Runwald Street. This meeting has been live streamed to the Council's YouTube page and will be available after the meeting. Please, speakers use microphones at all times and speak directly into the microphone, and would participants please mute microphones when not speaking. Introductions. I'll now ask members of the committee and officers to introduce themselves, starting with Vice Chair tonight, from to my left.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Councillor Sam McCarthy, representing Shrub End Ward.
Martin Warnes, Beerchurch Ward.
Councillor Jeremy Hagan, representing Stanway Ward, substitute for Lee Tate.
Councillor Mike Hogg, St Anne's and St John's Wards.
Sam McLean, Newtown and Christchurch.
Councillor Roger Mannion, Tiptree Ward.
Councillor Robert Davidson, Mersey and Pyfleet Ward.
Councillor Jackie McLean, Markstown Lair Ward.
Councillor Arnold, Stanway Ward, subbing for Lynn Barton.
Kelsey Oliver, Planning Officer. Hayley Parker-Haynes, Planning Officer. Eleanor Moss, Principal Planning Officer.
John Miles, Senior Planning Officer.
Simon Cairns, Development Manager.
Chris Harden, Planning Officer.
Robert Carmichael, Democratic Services Officer.
Thank you, everyone. Members of the committee may use electronic devices to access their meeting papers, and visitors are welcome to use mobile phones and other devices, including cameras. But please use them discreetly, set them to silent, and do not use voice or camera flash functions. We will have a break after the completion of item 7.3 or at an appropriate time. There are toilets on every floor of the building and an induction loop in this room. Whilst determination of a planning application is not a quasi-judicial process, unlike certain licensing functions carried out by the local authority, it is a formal administrative process involving the application of national and local policies, reference to legislation and case law, as well as rules of procedure, rights of appeal, and an expectation that people will act reasonably and fairly. All involved in these decisions should remember that the possibility that an aggrieved party may seek a judicial review and or complain to the Ombudsman on grounds of maladministration or a breach of the authority's code. 2 substitutes we've heard tonight. Thank you for announcing that. Item 3, urgent items. There are no urgent items. Declarations of interests. Any declarations of interest?
I won't be voting on 7.6.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, Councillor Arnold, will you be staying as part of the committee? Will you be speaking as a ward member only?
Speaking as a ward member only.
Thank you, Councillor.
And on that as well, I think that's the one with the football hut. Yeah, and I have a non-prejudicial declaration of interest in that due to my history of the football chairman, running clubs, tea rooms and everything else. But it shouldn't affect me for that. And if you want to speak, Councillor Arnold, you can move over to the public chair. We'll play the music accordingly for you. Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Yeah, just to declare a non-pecuniary interest, perhaps the fact that I have family that go to the Stanway School and also I represent Stanway Ward. I don't think there's any reason why I can't vote on this.
The ward business should be fine because you're like a councillor, and yeah, it's great being a family that go there as well. Councillor Hull.
Just to declare, Chairman, I was a former student of the school.
Do I have to declare that as well?
No, I think
I'm not sure whether...
it's not really this. Yeah, no, it's
I'm sure I'm more proud of them than they are of me.
okay. Well, thank you very much. We'll make a note of it. Thank you. Moving on, can I have that? So tonight is quite a busy evening. We do have 6 applications, and we have speakers on all of them tonight, so they won't be done taken on block. Rather than me go through everything else in here, we'll start off with 7.1, land adjacent to 67 Braeswick in Colchester is up for approval. John Miles is the officer presenting. Public against is David Megan, I've got that right. Megan, sorry. And public for Jack Barron. And we have visiting councillors Naylor, Barber and Willets. Over to you. Oh, I beg your pardon, forgot the minutes again. My fault. We have the minutes of... Oh yeah, we have the minutes from 27th of April 2023 and the 24th of May 2023. Has everybody read through them and have we anything to bring out for those minutes?
Chair,
Rob.
there's just one note on the minutes from the meeting, from the annual meeting, is that the attendance in your packs is incorrect, as you'll note, and it has been updated and the copy before the chair for signing is correct.
Thank you. So those, we're all happy and agreeing on that, all agreed on that one, thank you. And now we can move on to 7.1 and John Miles. Over to you, John, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'll just get the presentation ready. So yep, item 7.1 is an application for approval of reserved matters for 27 dwellings at Braeswick, land adjacent to 67 Braeswick.
Can I just stop you for a
yes.
second? There's a massive reflection of the screen that people can see the window there. You okay on that one? Yes, I'm the worst affection, but don't worry. But if it's not affecting anybody, we'll move on. Over to you, John.
Thank you. This is the site plan shown here, and the application is before members as it's been called in by Councillor Naylor. So for context, the site is located to the north of Braeswick Road, which is the B1508, which runs in a northwest direction from the centre of Colchester, leading to the village of West Burgold and ultimately Sudbury. The site is located on the outskirts of Colchester City, but it is inside the A12, which provides a firm border around the north of the city and is beyond the west of the site. The site itself is a rough grassland, sloping steeply down to the north and northwest into a wooded area, which, as I mentioned, lies alongside the A12. It's important to note that outline permission was granted on appeal for up to 27 dwellings in October 2020 under application 191522. The site itself forms part of a larger allocation under policy NC3 of the Section 2 local plan. and that policy covers the wider allocation, which is shown here in red on the left-hand side of the screen. For comparison, this is the site area of the application site shown here on the right. So it effectively forms a section of the left-hand side of this allocation, with the wider allocation shown in red allocated for up to 70 dwellings. The scheme before members this evening proposes 27 dwellings with 30% affordable housing. So as I mentioned, this application follows the outline permission and seeks approval for the reserved matters, namely appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. We'll now go through some plans. This is the proposed site plan shown here, and the scheme has evolved since first submitted following negotiations and in response to comments from council officers, including the council's urban design officer. One significant change to the scheme's layout since originally submitted is the layout to the south of the site, where the pointer is here, where the dwellings have been orientated to face Braeswick Road, and permeability has also been improved to the south here. Now looking through some further plans, this is the tenure plan and also shows the management of the internal roads, communal areas. It's the public open space plan. The main strategic area of public open space is the Leap here to the west, the local equipment area for play. This is the proposed refuse plan showing bin lorries, access and turning, location of bins, etc. And this is the submitted boundary treatment plan. And in terms of boundary treatments, the plan has submitted details brick boundary walls to the most sensitive public facing boundaries and a mix of estate rail fencing facing and timber bollards to areas of open space, both the incidental areas and the more strategic formal open space areas. This is a hard landscaping plan, which shows a majority of the hard surfaces are proposed to be finished in block paving, with the exception of the main access road. The wider submitted soft landscaping plan includes areas of new tree planting, as well as the more strategic area of public open space. It also includes smaller incidental grassed areas, some of which are proposed to be finished with wildflower seeding. Now we have some illustrative street scene and section drawings. As you can see, the scheme looks to accommodate the changes in level across the site. And given the changes in levels, a bespoke condition is recommended covering the finer level details. And these are some further indicative section and street scene drawings, with the bottom drawing showing the main frontage onto Braeswick Road, which, as is indicated on here, there are some existing mature trees along that frontage, which I'll show you on the pictures in a moment. So now we'll look at some of the house types. They're a mix of 2 and 2.5 stories, with a mix of 2, 3, 4 and 5 bedrooms. This is one of the properties which is on the entrance to the site, and it's intended that it forms part or one half of a gateway pair on the site's entrance, which effectively mirror each other and form a legible entrance to the site. Some other house types through here. I'll just go through these relatively quickly. And this is just the proposed garaging there. And in terms of design across the whole site, as well as wider revisions to form and layout since originally submitted, amendments have been made to the detailed design of the dwellings, which includes the addition of features to improve visual interest and help contribute to site identity, including additional brickwork features, rafter and eaves detailing, feature bay windows, and structural chimneys. The main proposed external materials include red clay tiles, facing brick and timber cladding, and exact details on the materials to be used is also recommended to be controlled by a suitably worded condition. Moving on to some photos of the site. This is looking east on the bridge, which goes over the A12, which gives you an idea of the existing tree cover to the west and south of the site. And as you can see, the A12 is set slightly higher than the adjacent land, but the land does slope up to meet the road level, which is seen off in the distance on the right. Moving further along the road, this is still moving east. The site's frontage is seen on the west, on the left even, apologies, with the existing tree cover. This is a view looking west, site frontage on the right. And this is a view from the junction with Wood Hill, looking west. It's a view looking up east. And this is a more face-on view of the frontage, existing tree cover. You can just about make out the existing development on the right, the flatted development, which I'll show you in a minute. Again, this is a view south towards Wood Hill, looking at some of the existing properties behind those established trees and hedgerows. That's a view east along Braeswick Road. The flatted development, which I just mentioned, can be seen on the left there. It's a further view looking west from up Braeswick Road down to the application site, seen centre. Just another view of it. Moving into the site, this is a view looking towards Wood Hill, on the site's edge here, looking south. This is some recent development just further along Braeswick Road for context. This is the application site itself. As you can see, the ground slopes away down to the northwest. Existing tree belt seen, existing development on the right there. Slightly different view looking west. And this is more of a view looking north, the golf club's just behind those taller trees on the right-hand side. This is a view looking up the site towards the east. This is looking more to the southeast. And this is at the bottom of the site, approximate location where the main strategic area of public open space is proposed. Just another view down the site. And this is a view towards the remainder of the allocation, which I mentioned at the start of the presentation, looking towards the east. So I'll just end on a site plan here, and to summarise the more detailed consideration given to the proposals in the committee report, the principle of residential development on the site has been established through both the site's allocation and the extent outline permission. For the reasons outlined in the committee report and also outlined during this presentation, the scheme as revised is considered to deliver an appropriate quality of design, and subject to the conditions outlined, the proposed development is considered acceptable in terms of the scheme's appearance, landscaping, layout and scale, and the proposals are otherwise considered acceptable with regard to wider material planning considerations. Officer's recommendation to members is therefore one of a conditional approval, and I'll be happy to take any questions after this evening's speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll now call for the public speakers. So public speaking against, David, please, if you could step forward. Sorry, could you sit down and use the microphone? Because it's all for the recordings and that, so people can hear. Mike, please. Sorry, if you actually say anything, then you need to have the microphone on so that it's all recorded. So we won't start until your proper time. But
so I'll focus on the proposed density of the housing, as it lies at the core of why this current proposal must be rejected. Section 10 of the report attempts to dismiss objections as mere NIMBYism. But let me be clear. This is not about self-interest, it's about residents striving for a better development in our community. This proposal sets a harmful precedent for the ill-conceived policy NC3, and we cannot allow this to proceed without being challenged. We must consider the impact of this proposal will have on the character of our area. The report itself admits that it will significantly alter the existing landscape, and I implore the committee to pay attention to sections 1612, 1614 through to 1616. Even with the proposed design changes, the urban design officer voices concern that a lack of visual interest and fails to establish a distinctive character. Report acknowledges that proposed levels still require attention, affecting both residential and visual amenity. Whether density is a symptom or the root cause of these challenges, it is clear that it compromises the overall design. Consider the 10% minimum proposed open space situated on the very outskirts of the site where its usefulness is diminished. This is a consequence of the obsession to construct 27 dwellings on a site riddled with practical challenges. Furthermore, the policy requiring 10% increase in tree canopy, ENV1, cannot be met, necessitating tree planting elsewhere in the borough to compensate for the shortfall. The same applies for biodiversity. Our point is simple. If this development aligns to the surrounding character and adheres to Essex design density recommendations, we can meet these policies on site. Let's not forget the explicit guidelines of the Essex design policy extensively discussed during the planning application and referred to by the inspector in the report. For a site of this type and location, an Arcadian style design requires a density of 8 dwellings per hectare. Recent developments such as Keepers Green, Westwood Hill follow these densities. The suggested density of 15 dwellings per hectare for the development, as per the inspector's approval, was also used for the development of Hillcroft, which you saw on the picture earlier. However, this suggested up to 27 dwellings should be seen as a limit and not a target. It was expected to be covered and addressed by this before we reach this current stage. What is the purpose of having explicit design guidelines if we allow such blatant disregard? Section 1617 concedes that design is ultimately a matter for planning judgment, yet it is absurd to claim that this proposed development would not harm the character and appearance of the wider area. In its current form, this application is premature and the recommended conditions will not address the issues of density, design, biodiversity, open space, parking and amenity. Therefore, the Residents' Association urges the committee to reject the application and demand a reduction in the number of dwellings. Only by meeting all design guidelines and policies satisfactorily can we ensure that this development harmonises with the surroundings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we can have public for Jack Barron, please. You have 2 minutes. Turn the microphone on for a second, please. You have 3 minutes to speak. The bell will go after 2. Let you know you have a minute left. So when you're ready to start, we'll start when you're ready to go.
Cheers, thank you. Good evening all. My name is Jack Barron. I am Design Director and Architect at Sustainable Planning and Design Studio. We've been proudly working on behalf of a small boutique house builder, Abora Homes. We are both locally located at Stanway, and we specialise in providing sustainable new homes in and around Colchester. This particular site at Braeswick Road has an outline approval for up to 27 dwellings with 30% affordable homes and access which is already approved in 2019. The indicative layout previously was very urban in character with excessive roads and parking courts. For the past 2 years, actually myself and my team have been working hard on the reserve access application. Starting from scratch, we first held a public consultation event in 2021, in which we invited members of the public to discuss our initial proposals. Further to this, we have had 3 pre-application meetings, working closely with the case officer, John, and the urban design officers, to refine our proposals in response to the public's feedback in relation to layout, landscaping, scale and appearance. During the determination of the application, we continue to take on board comments in relation to refine the proposal to achieve the optimum design solution, considering the site's constraints. Given its proximity to the A12, we have provided a large landscape buffer along the western boundary. This consists of a public open space and play space for the new residents plus the local community to enjoy. In addition, the site does lie on a hill Therefore, we've been working closely with our engineers in-house to work with the site's topography while creating a beautiful place for people to live and in keeping with the local character of Braeswick. The proposed materials comprise of high-quality red brick, render, timber boarding, traditional clay and slate sort of roof tiles. In addition, we have a planning condition which requires architectural details to be submitted, and this is to be approved by the local planning authority, which should ensure a high-quality development. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Could you turn the mic off for, please? Thank you. And now we're on to the visitor councillors. We'll have Councillor Naylor first, please. And you have 5 minutes. 4 minutes, the bell will go after 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for visiting this site. I know it's unusual to visit a site potentially just for design issues, but hopefully by visiting the site today, you can appreciate quite how unusual and challenging that site is. And I think if we look through the papers, there's a number of references in those papers to the topography and how challenging it is, using words like steeply sloping, challenging, the words of the report, not mine. I called this in because I have met with residents locally, people who live there now, who care very much about the area. And I was persuaded by their concerns. And when I took a really close look at the plan, the one that I originally called in November, December last year, I was really struck by how depressing and drab the original plans were. Although it's heartening to hear the previous speakers say that significant efforts have been made to improve the look of the dwellings, I think it's worth bearing in mind that the actual intention in November was to build something really quite out of keeping with the area, with minimal architectural features, minimal interest, and even after all the hard work of John Miles to try and improve the look of these things, the urban design officer, well, I think we can all agree that's a pretty lukewarm view that the urban design officer's given. So I want to move on to my concerns. So if this site as it stands, a site plan, if it's built as it stands, my understanding is it just meets the tests that have to be applied around amenity and so on. My concern is that if the building of these dwellings, which is not something that's tested in terms of cost, combined with the inflationary pressures that we all know are in the economy at the moment, if that gets to the point where it's commercially not viable, it would not be surprising if then the planning officer, or there were fresh revisions submitted asking to push the site back to the east. Now, I think if that happens, we really will be looking at a very poor outcome for people who already live there, people who play by the rules, pay their council tax, believe in the system, participate in the system. I think we really have to think about that. So if it's pushed further back east because it's too expensive to engineer, I'm just surmising, I have no information, I'm just saying it's a possibility, then it's going to be a really challenging sort of push-pull to get this site completed. I don't want to see that happen. So there's other points I wanted to bring forward is I think we can all agree that this committee, the planning department, are frequently asked to consider removing conditions, revising plans to make them simpler and more commercially viable to build. If we do that, if that happens here, you're going to finish up with back to November, the red boxes, and I very much doubt that everybody would have wanted to see that built, including the last speaker who was speaking for it, who said it was too urban in design. I wouldn't want to see that happen. It's not appropriate. This is approaching the village area of the council boundaries. So the amenity site is also pushed out to the edge, which means we don't have a kind of keeper's green where you've got the lovely bowling green at the centre of the community, a real feel. It's pushed over to the edge. Who's actually going to use it? And the lived experience of the people who live locally is that that site floods down that hill. So that play area potentially will just be flooded and boggy and miserable. We need to think about these things. So I'm going to ask the committee to defer at the very least in order to consider these matters further in light of the lived experience and knowledge of the local residents who the council's own survey recently said should be listened to more. That was the recommendation of the survey, the big survey that was done last year. And if not, you don't listen. If you do decide to go ahead, what safeguards can possibly be made to ensure that these conditions are met in its entirety and this plan is built as it stands? Thank you, committee. Thank you for visiting.
Thank you. And now, Councillor Barber, please. Same for you, Lewis. Build after 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee and officers, and John for the report this evening. I want to focus my comments on one policy in particular that's in the Marland and Braeswick Neighbourhood Plan, which is HOU1, which specifies that the standard of quality of design has to be the highest available. Now, that may not seem a significant word, but there is a distinct difference between highest and high. The policy was purposely adopted to be highest and subsequently adopted by this authority to achieve best results when it comes to design. The comments have already been addressed back from the urban design officer, where I concur with the sentiment that it is lukewarm at best. Clearly, the urban design officer was not of the opinion that although it passed a basic level test in a broad sense of the meaning, I don't think you could attribute his words or her words to highest in line with the neighbourhood plan policy. I've spoken a few times at planning committee over the years about our use of neighbourhood plans, and I sometimes do feel that while they're acknowledged in reports, we don't always give them the weight that they should be given. And I do feel in this instance, while I acknowledge there has been a lot of work done and that's welcome to see, I do feel there's still further work to do. I would like to see the density issue addressed, as well as where the open space aspect is in the application. It's important that there is that screening along the A12, because we know elsewhere in Colchester where developments have been close to the vicinity of the A12, significant problems occur if that does not happen, or is not sufficient. So provided the committee and officers are happy with that, I will take that on value that actually the screening for the A12 is sufficient. But I would like to see open space distributed better within the development, and I do feel that would help address some of the lukewarm nature of the urban design officer's comments and ensure it accords with the neighbourhood plan accordingly. I don't feel any of us are or can at this point argue about the principal development, not least because it is zoned for residential, but I do think the committee should consider carefully how the design may impact other sites within that policy and whether that undermines the deliverability of other sites in the area. So they might want to bear that in mind when considering the layout as well. I think we're quite constrained as an authority on that, but it might just be something you want to consider. So I would ask the committee, I know you tend not to go for straight reject when there's an officer recommendation for approve, and there's other steps you prefer to take, so I would encourage you to take those steps to see if the applicant was able and willing to reconsider the plans, the density issue, and ensuring that we reach the highest level in accordance with the neighbourhood plan, which in turn has been adopted by this authority as policy. So I'll leave it there, committee, and thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you. And now, Councillor Willett, please. You know the score, Dennis.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I apologise that all three city councillors for the ward have turned up? That was due to a diary malfunction, and but while I'm here, I do feel strongly about this application, so I will say a few words, but I'll try not to repeat what has been said by my colleagues who put the case very.
Or you could take a break, go for a coffee somewhere. If
You're too kind, Chairman.
Carry on, Dennis. Sorry.
In our permissive planning system, we try to balance the benefits of the houses which are going to be built on this site, the 27 houses, against the harm done to the locality. And I think in the case of Braeswick, if it doesn't look like Braeswick, it isn't Braeswick and it shouldn't be permitted. Now, when I first looked at this site, the first thing I noticed was the trees at the front. And that's always a worrying feature to me, Chairman, because when you're relying upon cover by trees at the front, you need to look very carefully at what's going behind the trees. Now, trees are sometimes here, trees sometimes vanish as diseases come in. So I think we have to assume that while there is tree cover, and that is good, there is the possibility that this site will become more open and will be more visible as part of the greater Braeswick. When we look behind the trees, I was, certainly with the first design, I was quite perturbed. Clearly, I wouldn't say it at Planning Committee, Chairman, but it reminded me of some of the poorly designed barracks that I lived in my youth. Over the course of time, our planning officer has certainly persuaded the applicant to make significant improvements to the layout. And I think what the committee has to decide this evening is whether those improvements are sufficient for this to be classed as a good development of which the city can be proud. But I would suggest, as my other fellow ward councillors have suggested, that is not so. I mean, the relevant policies, SP7 and DM15, are talking about providing buildings that exhibit individual architectural quality, enhance the quality of Braeswick, and that clearly has not been done. These were not of the highest quality design in the beginning. The quality has improved, but I think there is still room for improvement before the detailed design of the reserved matters is nodded through. Similar policies come from Mayland and Braeswick Neighbourhood Plan, where the objective is to attain the highest quality design. Now, clearly every estate cannot have the highest. That has to be tempered with a little realism. But I would suggest that what is still proposed in this application is fairly arbitrary, and it is not up to the prevailing standards of Braeswick in that area. As said by my colleagues, one of the most perturbing things was the report of the urban design officer. And it is not often one sees the urban design officer wriggling and squirming when writing his report. And it's clear from his view, where he says, fails to achieve a high degree of visual interest, distinctive character and identity across the wider scheme. And here I assume he's talking about the identity and the street scene of the houses in the immediate environment where this where this application provides. And if it's not good enough for the urban design officer, if it's just about getting over the threshold, then it's certainly not good enough for me, Chairman. In summary, I think this design has improved. It just about scrapes in now. But the question is just about scraping in good enough for a planning committee that is really wedded to the idea of good and excellent design in the city? And so I would concur with my fellow councillors that we have to accept that this is going ahead, but we have to make it a good development, a pleasant development, a development that fits in with the neighbourhood. That can be done, in my view, Chairman, and I think if it was deferred for further consideration of what can be done to make it a more visually attractive development, then I think we will be doing the whole of the city a good service and showing that as a planning committee you are able to produce the best in the developments of the city. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Dennis, for that. Thanks to all the visiting speakers. The HOU1 has been mentioned and is here in the Mile and the Braeswick Neighbourhood Plan. I'll read it out here because it does go on a little touch. So housing in Mile and Braeswick will have a variety of choices, design and living styles that meet the needs of residents, including the elderly, and respect the scale and character of the existing street scenes and environment. Developers should achieve the highest quality of design commensurate with current national and local design guidance. And that's HOU1. So just got to get it on the record. It's not really with that. We did visit the site today. It is pretty slopey there, but we've seen houses built on quite a lot of slopes these days. So I think that we'll go on back to John to make some comments on all the comments that are made tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try and address the points broadly in order that they were raised. I think firstly it is important to note, as has been noted by some speakers, that a change in character of the site has been accepted under that outline permission. That's not to say, though, obviously, that landscaping is not still important, and achieving a scheme of an acceptable and a high quality of design is not important. But that change in character has been accepted. In terms of density, I know some mention has been made of Arcadian style of development, so centering around the built form around landscape features. That is something that was explicitly considered by the inspector in his report at paragraph 45, where he says, in respect of Arcadian development, it's my understanding that an Arcadian design would be predicated on the dispersal of dwellings through natural features. However, this site does not immediately lend itself to this form of development, as the central part of the site is open with tree coverage confined to its three boundaries. So the inspector at appeal didn't consider an Arcadian form of development, that this site would necessarily lend itself to such a form of development. In terms of whether the density itself proposed is acceptable, we normally look for a couple of key indicators if something is too dense, or, as we'd say, an overdevelopment of the site. A couple of those would be, is adequate parking provided, are adequate amenity provisions provided, and is adequate living conditions provided, including in terms of floor areas. And for the reasons outlined in the report, it's considered that the scheme does deliver on those areas, so it's not demonstrating those issues that are often seen as symptomatic of overdevelopment. In terms of the quality of the design itself, yeah, as discussed, there have been significant improvements since originally submitted to the edited design features. Improved modelling materials are considered satisfactory, as is the general scale and form of the dwellings. And I think that there is a significant improvement in terms of the frontage now proposed. I do think that officers do consider that is going to sit comfortably in the street scene in terms of the proportion of those dwellings and their positions. Ultimately, the quality of design is a matter of planning judgment, and that is the question before members this evening with regard to our adopted policy and in the Section 2 and Section 1 local plan, and also, of course, the Myland and Braeswick neighbourhood plan. There's some mention about the potential for flooding, and particularly to the west of the site. The outline permission was subject to detailed conditions in respect of a sustainable urban drainage system. So those conditions will effectively ensure that there are appropriate provisions in place to ensure that localised flooding does not take place. And the whole of the application site itself is within flood zone 1, so at a low risk of flooding. Were also concerns raised about the original scheme and sort of effectively pressures to potentially revert back to the original scheme, potentially the loss of detailing. That would, of course, require permission to an application to be made to the council, which we'll of course consult upon, and there'll be opportunity for representations and potentially further consideration at committee should such an application come forward. But there is also specific policy weight in the national planning policy framework with regards to watering down approved schemes, ensuring that things like positive design details and features and good quality materials aren't eroded between initial approval and completion. So at paragraph 135 of the NPPF, says local planning authorities should seek to ensure that the quality of approved development is not materially diminished between permission and completion as a result of changes being made to the permitted scheme. For example, through changes to approved details, such as the materials used. So that would give us, as the local planning authority, real weight if an application hypothetically were to be made to water down the scheme, reverse some of those positive changes that have been made, and for us to resist those changes in the interests of achieving a high quality of design in accordance with the framework. I think the only remaining matter discussed was the potential for noise in the A12 and about whether officers are satisfied that future occupiers won't be exposed to undue noise and disturbance. Again, there are conditions already applied on the outline permission, which include consideration of things like internal noise levels and whether there's the need for additional insulation, means of passive ventilation and things like that. And that is all covered by conditions on the outline permission, which it is considered would ensure that future occupiers aren't exposed to undue noise. And yep, as mentioned, there is that existing landscape buffer and tree belt to the west of the site. Part of the recommended conditions also includes a landscaping condition, which is also going to secure or can secure additional tree planting to the west of the site to further reinforce and strengthen that buffer, which essentially has not just landscape benefits, but also amenity benefits for future occupiers. I think that's hopefully covered everything, but if there's any points I need to come back on, please feel free to ask. I'm happy to do so. Thank you.
Councillor Hagan, please.
Thank you to all visiting ward councillors and to the public for coming along this evening to speak. It's always good to hear lots of opinions on planning applications. I've just got 4 points I just want to get some clarification on, if that's okay. Thank you, Chair. Speed limit on the Colchester Road, is that 60? Is it 30? Is it 40? Is it however fast my car can go when no one's looking? That's a big concern when you've got potentially family homes exiting onto a main road. So I'd like to get some clarification on the speed limit on that road. When I'm looking at the plan, I'm not seeing any additional allocation for visitor parking, and we all know the challenges that new developments face, continually face, although one might suggest there is enough parking for everyday use. Actually, more and more households, especially family homes, you see that the children grow up, they have vehicles, or they might convert the vehicle space to perhaps somewhere where they can store and charge their bike overnight. So there's lots of varied space opportunities there for the homeowners, but for visitor parking, I do see some lack of spaces, which can bring challenges, especially for delivery lorries that go around that shared surface as well. I don't see much in the way of a great turning point at the end of that. So that Hammerhead Junction there, doesn't look big enough to me, but what do I know? Access to the public open space, it looks to me, forgive me on my numbers, probably around 30 to 40% of the public open space is only accessible via private driveways. It does say on ECC that that when open space, landmarked amenity space and children's play areas are proposed for adoption, the agreement of the borough, the district or borough council's leisure or parks rec department is required. These areas should consist of space which provides opportunities for multifunctional activity by all ages and a range of physical and mental abilities while enhancing the appearance of the development. Now, if you look at the public open space and the children's play areas, I fail to see how that's going to enhance the site overall. No one can see it, no one can get to it, and also will that play area actually not in the best position for kids to play next to the A12, the fumes and so forth. I think the air quality could be an issue on that one, so I'd like some answers on that, please. I think we often forget that our children need to go out and enjoy themselves outside, because perhaps most of the time they're sitting on their mobile devices or playing games and whatever, but we need to encourage that more. And an excellent example is what they've done at the Lakeland Centre with an accessible play area. So I'd love to see that here. I don't know who makes those decisions. I'm looking at the ward councillors behind me to push for that. So I'd like to see that play area right away from the A12 where the kids aren't going to be breathing in horrible fumes. And also it's accessible to all by everyone, not down a slope because obviously it goes down. If you're perhaps in a wheelchair, you might find it difficult to come back up. Site access to the second phase, my final point, if there's an additional second phase on the east of this layout, how's the construction traffic going to get to it? If I've looked on Google Maps, I can only see this access. If you build this, does this mean that the residents and all the other residents who are in the area are going to have to put up with ongoing development for the next however many years? There needs to be some sort of logical plan with this, and we know the issues that we face elsewhere in the borough. City, my apologies. City. Thank you, Chair.
John, over to you.
Thank you. I'll try and answer these queries with the aid of some of the visuals. I think that'll be helpful. So the first query was in respect of speed limits. If I go back onto the road so we can see. So the answer simply where the access has been approved is into the 30-mile-an-hour zone. It is de-restricted to the west of that, so coming over the bridge. So as we can see down here. It is important to note in respect of highway safety and issues such as crossing. As members will have noted today, it is at the moment quite a difficult road to cross, but the outline permission does secure a number of highway improvements, including new curbing, there's new bus stops, and as I said, yeah, that stretch is 30 mile an hour. There's also a condition recommended, which would include the provision of a new village gateway speed limit feature to really alert drivers there of the change in speed limits to further assist with regards to highway safety. The next query, I believe, was in respect of parking and visitor parking. If I go back to the site plan. So there is visitor parking spaces proposed. The number is in accord with our minimum standards. So we have visitor parking to the south of the site, some more to the west, and a number of these dwellings actually have an over provision in terms of on-site parking. So there'd often be 2 parking spaces required. A lot of these have 2 parking spaces and garaging, and there's actually a condition imposed or recommended to be imposed, which specifies that the garaging has to be retained for vehicle parking. So where there is that over provision, it will allow us to keep that with a view that that's going to assist with things like visitor parking and appreciating that households now often have more than 1 car. In terms of highway safety as well, also important to note the Highway Authority have raised no objections on highway safety grounds, as they didn't at the outline permission when the access was established and accepted. Point of clarification to the south of the site, yes, on these drawings it is identified as a private drive. However, on the tenure plan, it confirms that that part of the site will be managed and maintained by a management company, so it's for communal use, not private ownership. The very purpose of that area and the idea and rationale behind that is to provide that pedestrian access through to the public open space to the west of the site, understanding the importance of permeability, and that's one of the key revisions in terms of layout, that the previous layout didn't have that access to the south. And yep, in terms of access to the remainder of the site, that, as I understand, is a topic that was discussed at length at appeal, and about how that would work in dividing the site and the deliverability and developability of the remainder of the site. This is a image from the unilateral undertaking, which is forms part of the outline permission, which includes a requirement for an access road shown there in yellow, which, as you'll see, accords with the access road shown on the reserved matters application. So there is a legal mechanism in place to ensure that access is retained and provided for access to the remainder of that allocation to ensure that this development does not preclude development on the remainder of the allocation. In terms of potential for disturbance during the construction phase, yeah, but I think it's acknowledged that there would be some disturbance, but again, to a degree, that's something which was considered by the inspector at outline stage and didn't raise any objections in terms of this phasing approach or this separating of the site and those access provisions. And of course, issues of neighbouring amenity, if and when an application comes through for the other part of the allocation, would be subject to the usual consideration of issues of residential and neighbouring amenity, consultation with environmental protection, and I would imagine would be subject to things like limits to hours of work, construction method statements and plans with a view to limit any impacts on neighbouring amenity from those works. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Can I come back on that?
I just wanted to pick up on the play area next to the A12 air quality thing.
Yes, thank you. The site isn't in an air quality management area there. It's in relatively close proximity. There is the tree buffer. There's been no sort of concerns raised by any statutory consultees in terms of air quality. And as I say, it's not identified as an air quality management area on any part of the site or adjacent to the site, as far as I'm aware.
Thank you. We have no other speakers. Councillor Warren.
Sorry, Chair, I thought there was more speakers to come. Right. Yeah, I want to just raise in 16.17. If I see that paragraph, it's basically saying aim to attain the highest quality achievable. And basically, are you confident that this design is the highest quality achievable? And are you confident that is being aimed for, because we talk about it just meeting minimum standards? And if so, why? And also in paragraph 20, it talks about the tree line and hedgerows being monitored for 5 years after the end of the construction phase. Given the life cycle of trees and hedgerows, do you think that's long enough? Or if not, should the monitoring be longer? And also, you talk about bringing the noise levels down to an acceptable level. I think that's correct and right. And you talk about doing that through passive ventilation and appropriate sound insulation, but that's with the windows closed. So obviously we live in a world where the greenhouse effect is causing ever increases in climate. So are we not setting a scenario where people will turn to air conditioning in order to cool themselves, because the noise levels with the windows open are too great? And in doing that, are we then just increasing, contributing to the greenhouse effect, with the wider worry that we'll end up with what I call feedback loops, where you just ever increase the problem that you're trying to cure? So whilst I see you're solving one problem, are you not in danger of adding to a much greater problem? Could I have your view on that, please? Thank you. John.
Thank you. Yeah. So in terms of design quality, as I touched upon, ultimately is a matter of planning judgment, and everyone is going to have their view and their judgment on the quality of design, and that is ultimately the question before members. In terms of what is hypothetically possible, I think we do have to take a step back and consider what is before members. And I don't think that's a case of settling it. It's just considering the application on its merits, looking at it, what is before us, and applying those relevant policies. In terms of the trees being monitored for 5 years, that would be our standard monitoring condition, which I would imagine is based on British standards for arboricultural work and monitoring and the like. So that is the condition which is our standard condition. It is used on numerous developments, and as far as I'm aware, we haven't experienced any significant issues with, say, lots of trees dying or sort of failing just after that 5 year period. So, I believe that would be sufficient, that 5 year period. As I said, it is acknowledged proximity of the road, there will be some noise. That was, of course, acknowledged and accepted at outline stage. And as well as that, the condition which is included on the recommendation on this application at reserved matters, condition 16 of the outline permission does also cover noise levels, and it requires a scheme to be submitted that shows how the design and layout avoids exposure of habitable rooms to noise levels that exceed the following criteria. And then it goes on to list certain noise thresholds, times of day, and for lengths of time. So it's not solely relying on passive ventilation, because it is, of course, appreciated that that's not always going to be sufficient. There are also those additional sort of conditional protections in place to ensure that the design and layout do not actually design in that conflict that, say, would then lead to those issues with people needing to open their windows but not being able to open them because of the noise. So there is additional consideration given to that under that condition 16 of the outline permission. Hopefully that covered everything, but happy to come back, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, if I...
Sorry, just interrupt a second.
Yeah.
Could you take on the presentation, please?
Apologies, yeah.
To return the
Yes.
room scene. Thank you. Sorry, Martin.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could just, if you don't mind, just probe some of your answers a bit further, so I can see how evaluative your considerations have been, because it's good for us to see that, because that helps us judge how far we are considering the planning application rather than just lifting standards off from a shelf. So in respect of 16.7, I precede the words that were in the paper. And those words, you can see they are there. And essentially you are aiming to attain the highest quality achievable. In other words, as Councillor Barber said, the highest standards available. So we as members, of course, we've got to take what is in front of us, but we are guided by professional judgment. And therefore, I'm asking you, in your professional judgment, do you think this particular application aims to attain the highest quality achievable? And I'm sorry if I'm pressing that point, but given some of the views that was expressed in the Have Your Say section, I believe just how evaluative your judgment is really a point that would help guide me. Also, I understand your points about what are the standard mitigations in order to help with the noise effect, and passive ventilation is one of them. And as you rightly say, you're not solely relying on it, so people can't open the windows, but we have declared a climate emergency. So are there other mitigations that can be built into this scheme that will help prevent escalation towards the need to have to use air conditioning to keep cool because of rising temperatures, which it has been said that this country can expect a northern Mediterranean climate within a decade. And therefore, under the aim of trying to attain the highest achievable quality, has to be balanced against what can be delivered economically, and I understand that. Is there additional mitigations that could be recommended?
Silence.
Thank you, councillors. Yes, with regard to the concept of the highest quality achievable, I think it's been pointed out that viability is obviously the key determinant. In terms of quality can always be upped, but it's whether it's deliverable and it's whether it's viable in context. And I think that's the other point. We have to consider the highest quality of design in context. As you've heard, the inspector rejected an Arcadian form of development as being inappropriate in this location. We have to look to the context of the development. In the remainder of Braeswick Road, the frontage buildings have a very significant street presence in many cases. It is far from Arcadian in character. In many ways, this scheme would be substantially screened and buffered by landscaping, and therefore would be of high quality design in context. So I think I would ask you to read the word high quality design and to import the very logical considerations of context and viability, because we are dealing with a scheme which is in a non-designated landscape, and it is neither a conservation area in this case. So we have a context to consider. In a relatively recent appeal decision, which I have to say I'm still rather bruised about, in Tiptree, we rejected a scheme purely on design. And we fought and said this was not in accordance with national aspirations for beauty and the highest quality of placemaking. And we got a very interesting insight into the government and the planning inspectorate's interpretation of what is high quality design. And I have to say it's probably very significantly lower than many of the people in this room would be expecting, including ourselves. I think a harsh wind of reality blew through that appeal decision and led us to be very much more pragmatic in how we conceptualize quality and particularly how we need to read into that context and viability as being key determinants. Thank you, Chair.
So I understand that this application has already got outline planning permission for 27 dwellings. Jackie, please.
It mentions in the report about obscure first floor glazing. Can you tell me the distance between the two properties backing onto each other, and are all the first floor windows that are facing into that that circular part all obscure, please?
I unfortunately couldn't tell you the exact back-to-back distances here. I don't have the ability to scale here, but they have been assessed against the Essex Design Guide, which looks at those back-to-back distances and stipulates those requirements. The obscure glazing mostly relates to, as you say, the side-facing windows. It's appreciated in any urban or semi-urban environment. There will be a degree of mutual overlooking, but it is considered that this scheme, at the layout proposed, the back-to-back distances, the separation will not result in harmful angles of overlooking that would ultimately undermine the amenity afforded to future residents. And also, sort of taking account the surrounding layout, there's no immediate concerns from a neighbouring amenity perspective either in terms of overlooking and layout, with it considered the sufficient distance and or angles between all the proposed properties and any neighbouring properties to prevent any angles of overlooking that result in harm to neighbouring amenity.
Jackie, and come back on that? Okay, so we've reached the point now where there's no more speakers. I say this every time. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, well, obviously we've had an appeal. It's been won, and we're where we are. I'm delighted to hear that the design has improved, but we've heard quite clearly that it could be improved further. My main concern is about its layout, in that actually there's no heart of that community. There's no central open space with a playground or any sense of belonging. Everything's being pushed right to the outside because it's a flood area, we've heard. And actually, you know, the fact that the main access road has footpaths either side, that's fine to go and catch the bus or walk to work. But the rest of the roads have absolutely none. And to get to that children's playground right at the bottom of the site, they have children will and push chairs will have to manoeuvre around traffic, moving traffic, and everything else. I think it's a badly designed scheme, and I would like to see a complete revamp of it to be more of a community type event, community designed estate. I mean, here we have large houses to the south of the site. The other side, as we saw, has large open areas, and everything's set out well, and it looks desirable. And my concern here is we've got back-to-back gardens with just wooden panel fencing. There's no link, there's no joining up with each other at all. So that was my main concern. The other, if that wasn't possible for whatever reason, the other concern I've got is that we've been told that the private drives will be accessible by the public and other residents. That's good. But there's about a 20 or 30 metre strip where there is no drivable access, and that's parallel with the Burgolt Road. And for me, again, you're increasing the traffic around that brown field until you get to the main access road where there's safe footpaths. So I would like to see that that missing link, if you like. So that would actually minimise traffic from the shared ownership housing and the affordable housing straight out onto the access onto the main road. The other concern I've got, of course, is that this is only the first phase of this major site. It's been allocated in the local plan, the Colchester local plan, for up to 70 properties. We know that the inspector thought this was possible to get up to 27 on the site, and surprise, surprise, we've got 27. You know, there's no sense of place at all. It's all about cramming them in and giving everybody the bare minimum, whether it be parking standards, where somebody's already mentioned there are no visitor spaces generically. The odd plot has got more space, but not all of them. So I'm really not happy with the site at all. I think it ought to go back to the officer and the developer to renegotiate a more attractive and a better usable community development. So I'd like to propose that this is deferred until we get back to better design and a more community-minded design for this estate. Thank you.
Okay, and is there a second for the deferment? Councillor Hagan, deferment. Let's get this straight then. The plan and reasons for deferment is what again, please, just for the record, Councillor Davis?
The main reason is poor access to community areas and public space areas, and the danger to children and other residents using access roads without footpaths.
Are they sufficient planning reasons for deferral, Simon? We have to turn to you for the guidance when we do the deferrals. Is that enough?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in terms of the location of the public open space, to some degree we are extremely limited in our options given the outline planning permission and the fact that the trees are all dispersed around the perimeter of the site, therefore with root protection zones. And the open developable area is at the heart of the site. So almost inevitably we end up with little wriggle room as to where the units are actually built. We can, of course, defer to seek a further look at the layout again. In terms of the danger of using the driveways, I would have thought that that probably would not stand up, given that we do not have an objection on highway grounds, and it is quite common for shared driveways to be used by pedestrians and householders alike. But in terms of the disposition of the public open space, we can go back and we can try to negotiate again on that, but I would say I think the wriggle room is relatively limited on that, and the case officer has obviously worked quite hard to arrive at the current iteration, given the number of units which were approved on the outline by the inspectorate following refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cairns. Just really to point out that the inspector said up to 27, and we are allowing the developer to have 27. There is ample opportunity to have a better community's heart to this development.
Thank you, Chair. I've written something out just to check so that all members and Mr. Kent can hear what would the deferment would be, if that's okay with you, Councillor Davidson, and then you can confirm or with your seconder whether it's appropriate to what you want to put forward. That the application be deferred to allow the development manager to seek amendments to the design and layout of the site, considering the danger to the danger of the children's play area location, public open space and connectivity within the site.
Chairman, if we could just add to that the lack of a community space for people to, which is more accessible, rather than being right on the outside.
Yes, we can add that to it. And did you want to add that if there is a reduction in the dwellings there, that could possibly add to a better design and other.
So I'll just add that to say specifically that lack of connectivity space and that a reduction in the number of dwellings would enhance the design. Yeah.
Are we happy with that, Councillor Davidson, Councillor Hagan?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so, sorry. We now move to the vote of Councillor Davidson's proposal to defer, as are the conditions that we have written down here and just read out. Are members happy for that? If you're happy for it to be deferred with those conditions, please raise your hands in agreement.
That is unanimous, Chair.
So that's deferred to another time. Thank you very much. So now we move swiftly on to 7.2, bypass nurseries at Dobbage Lane in Markstay. We have, is up for approval, Eleanor Moss to present. Please, Eleanor.
Thank you, Chair. So good evening, members, and good evening, visiting members of the public. Here we are at item 7.2. We took a site visit earlier today to visit the site. You may recall it in its previous life known as Bypass Nurseries, but currently it is known as Newstone, and they specialise in paving slabs. So I thought I'd start off with a few drone images so you can see the wider site and context. Here we are above the A12, looking towards Jays Lane with the train helpfully in the background, so you can review the context a bit easier. So this is the existing Newstone site. As you can see, there is an expanse of hard standing with the greenfield buffer against the A12. If I move on to the next slide, here we have the Newstone site, and we're looking pretty much directly down as a bird's eye view, but the train line would still be at the top of your screen there. So you can see that the existing site, there are a number of paving slabs across the site being stored, a number of vehicles on site currently being used, with a row of willow trees there towards the left-hand side of your screen. You can also see Dobby's Lane there towards the right-hand side of your screen, which is the existing access and was also the access for the former bypass nursery site. Again, a direct bird's eye view looking down on the existing sites, but now we have Dobby's Lane. You can see it a bit further in context towards the left-hand side of your screen. There is a small rectangular building there with a flat roof. Ah, yes, my cursor is showing, so that is here. This is this is a retrospective office building, which is seeking approval. And we have two storage buildings towards the where my cursor is down here in the site. These would be to store paving slabs, and as you might have seen on site earlier today, the site does generate an amount of dust, and especially if it rains, it would also generate mud as well. So the storage building would be also to help the workers on site during adverse or dry weather. The building in the centre here has been existing for a number of years. Historically, the site goes back further than the 80s when it was used as a nursery site. And there was another building on site here where my cursor is. Again, this has been here a substantially long amount of time. So next slide, demonstrating the site as we look more towards the eastern way, and you'll see towards the top of your screen the other commercial sites within the area as Marks Tay. So these are building merchants existing. Both the building merchants and the bypass nursery site are within the Marks Tay neighbourhood plan for employment uses. And now I've got some 3D Google Earth images which show the site previously when it was more towards the nursery site. And you can see there's quite an expanse of polytunnels on site, hard standing, and some of the buildings that I previously mentioned to you. And then still in the background is the building merchant site at the top of your screen for context. And this is it. Again, we're above the A12 here with the railway line at the top of your screen. And this is historically how the bypass nursery site appeared, with a number of structures on site, hard standing, and buildings. So the scheme is a mixture of proposed and retrospectives. So retrospectively, it's seeking a change of use to B8 to store a number of paving slabs across the site, as you saw today. The office, which I previously mentioned, which is retrospective, earth buns, which you pointed out on site earlier today, and then not retrospective, but still proposed, are two storage buildings. The two storage buildings are shown in that sort of light purple on your screen there. And there is a section of the site going from northwest to east, which shows the earth buns, the storage buildings, and its existing buildings, so you can see the height in relation to their context. And these are the elevations of the proposed storage buildings. At maximum height, they're approximately 6.9 metres, which is not considered excessive, considering that you would need vehicles and machinery to load and unload the paving slabs, which would require a bit of additional height at headroom. And on this slide, I have the proposed landscaping scheme in various shades of green here. And there is significant landscaping proposed, including wildflower mix to the earth buns. There is woodland tree landscaping against Old London Road. This retains as greenfield as it currently is existing. And then a further woodland planting bund, which would be against the rural countryside edge of the site. And I'll just finish up with some current site photos. So your top left, I'm standing here at the entrance of Newstone. That is Dobbies Lane, looking down towards Old London Road, which is the access currently. Moving on to the right of that one in the top centre, I'm standing on the footbridge of Jays Lane. So you can just about make out the site between those trees. The top right is within the site where the band of willow trees, and you can see there's some paving slabs, some pellets as well, and you can see the hard standing there, which has been there for a number of years. Bottom left, again, paving slabs stored up to 3 metres with the previous building I noted earlier to you, which had been there for a number of years. And the centre bottom row is the retrospective office, which is seeking approval. It's just a modular building on the site, but not considered to be excessive or widely viewable. And then the bottom right is just an example of the wider site with the gravel base and the paving slabs stored. So the scheme is recommended for approval with delegation down to officer level to resolve the existing SUDS issue, but with dialogue it's not considered that SUDS would be an objection here. It could be resolved through additional information. There are some neighbouring properties, although they are limited, but given the conditions which seek to restrict the hours of operation and delivery, it's not considered that the scheme would be harmful to their amenity. And it's also noted the site is in close proximity to the A12, which is of regional importance and has noise day and night and is fairly busy, along with the railway line in close proximity, which also is a noise generator. So in terms of the context of that, it's not considered to be harmful to neighbouring amenity. Many of the objections related to highway safety. So we have consulted with County Council Highways and National Highways, who look after the A Road. They have not objected to the scheme with recommended conditions which allow management of Dobbies Lane. Currently, there is no restriction on Dobbies Lane, and therefore the LPA could not restrict vehicle movements currently, but with the recommended conditions, these could be enforced. Thank you, Chair, and happy to take questions.
Thank you. We'll hear from so we've got public speakers now. We're public speaking against is Gerard Wells, please. You have 3 minutes. The bell will go after 2. With 1 minute left after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members. This site is operating with only 1/5 of it covered by a valid planning permission, much larger than its former bypass nurseries brownfield site. It is significant growth on the edge of a settlement site, generating additional traffic on a rural lane. 1 HGV wide, with no footpaths or lighting, on a route identified in the Marksday neighbourhood plan to ease pedestrian access from the main village estate to the shops and station. Marksday Parish Council believes that the objections made in their written response are still relevant and would ask that the decision made should be to reduce the use of the site to its former area and defer a decision to clarify the highway's implications and solutions. The PC feels that the report presented does not address the concerns raised at the previous planning meetings in regard to the highway issues and residents parking on Old London Road. Dobbies Lane and Old London Road are not suitable to accommodate the proposed traffic movements. The Parish Council are already receiving complaints of speeding traffic, damage to parked vehicles and waiting lorries refusing to move. These problems were highlighted to the Planning Committee when permission was granted for the old Anderson site. The A12 changes suggested by ECC to reduce the future old A12 to a single lane will provide a better solution for this new stone site, the residents, the parish hall and the A120. The conditions imposed by ECC highways are unworkable and unenforceable. There is clearly no HGV parking provision on Old London Road, and any appointment system would be impossible to operate with the current road conditions, thus making the ECC highways conditions totally impractical, even if an applicant who has already started unlawful operation of the site without planning permission can be trusted to conform to these and other conditions. The Markstay Neighbourhood Plan was adopted in April 2022, and this planning application is in conflict with many of its policies. The PC believe that by producing a neighbourhood plan, the wishes of the local residents would be considered when dealing with planning issues, and Dobbys Lane and Old London Road offer pedestrian relief from the main estate, avoiding the busy A120. National Highways widening of the A12 proposes a new non-vehicular bridge at Potts Green with a public footpath ending opposite Dobbys Lane and a new crossing over the future detrunked A12, potentially increasing the non-vehicular use of Dobbys Lane. However, the neighbourhood plan and future pedestrian access does not appear to be significant. The PC appreciates that Colchester City Council needs to consider all aspects when making planning decisions, but we feel the impact on local residents if planning permission is given far outweighs any benefits put forward, and the Parish Council's suggested ways of site use could be more safely pursued, i.e. HGV access at the Old London Road end of the site. In view of this, we would ask that the planning consent is deferred and further investigations be sought to overcome objections. Thank you.
Thank you. Slightly overrun there, but we'll let it off. And now, public speaking 4 is Ben Willis, please. Ben, you have 3 minutes. The bell will go after 2 when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. I shall keep this brief as the officer's report provides an excellent assessment of all the material planning matters of the case. There's only one matter which I wish to emphasise, which is that of highway safety, which has been mentioned. We've sought to work closely with the County Council and National Highways to ensure that all matters regarding highway safety have been dealt with accordingly, hence the conditions put within the application. The applicant understands their obligation to ensure those are adhered to. So again, we just wish to emphasise that all matters with regards to highway safety have been considered within the application. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And now we move on to the visiting council. Well, we have a statement from Councillor Ellis and Councillor Bentley, and well, Councillor Barbers will hear you after the statement. Can we read the statement out from Councillor Ellis and Bentley, please?
Thank you, Chair. Chairman, committee members, please accept my apologies for not being here this evening. Both I and Councillor Bentley are unable to attend, but please accept this submission on behalf of us both. Unfortunately, I have no control over when an item is called in, when an item I have called in comes to the committee. Members, this is by no means a straightforward application. Few would argue that the site of the former bypass nurseries has not got an employment use, nor that it has vehicle access via Dobbys Lane. However, Newstone's current use of the site and its retrospective planning application is significantly greater in scale than the previous use, and covers some 5 times more area than part of the site with existing B8 planning permission. Most of those few support comments on the planning portal speak about the rapid growth of this business, and while we are most certainly not anti-business, it does need to be carried out in the right location relative to its size and scale. This one, we would suggest, may have outgrown its current site, and that will now require with significantly better road infrastructure than a narrow rural lane. We would point out that the application incorrectly states that it is for retention of earth bunds, as the main bund that separates the site to the south has already been repositioned by Newstone some 30 metres towards Old London Road. Thus, it is wrong to assume that these don't have lawful use of the site on which they are currently operating. The vast majority of the site is being currently B8 used lawfully, a fact that this application is seeking to correct in order to avoid enforcement action. This significant growth of the use of the site if served by Dobbie's Lane is the main highway threat to the lane and Old London Road. The previous authorised use generated much fewer vehicle movements with smaller vehicles. Members, this growth of use of the site and consequent greatly increased use of Dobbie's Lane, the resultant destruction of its rural character and risk to pedestrians and cyclists is the prime concern with this application. The highway's response simply does not address this and appears to be based on the erroneous assumption that the current use is lawful and as existed. As I have pointed out, it is not and it is not. When challenged, the County Council state that the number of pedestrians using Dobbie's Lane are not anticipated to be many, but those that do will have to be aware of their surroundings and any moving traffic, large and small. However, it is important for the committee members to know that National Highways proposals for the widened A12 includes a pedestrian/cycling/equestrian bridge over the new road with a connecting footpath that ends opposite Dobbie's Lane, together with a new crossing to join to it. It is not the protection of pedestrians an important criteria for the county and city councils. In this instance, the response for the application is making the situation worse and limiting future walking and cycling potential. Surely we are striving to get people out of their cars and to travel by foot or cycle whenever possible. Why remove the opportunity for the vast majority of Marks Tay residents, those living in the estates, to do just that? In accordance with Marks Tay neighbourhood plan policy for Dobbie's Lane and National Highways aspirations in favour of a business which is located in the wrong place for the sort of business that is carrying out, Dobbie's Lane may look a short, inconsequential lane to some, but when you look at this holistically, you'll understand what an important walking and cycling link it is, and how it becomes even more important after the A12 expansion. The Highways response and Colchester City Council's recommended approach to the application rely on imposed conditions, and one wonders how the required highway access timetable system or other conditions will be monitored or enforced, especially with the company whose understanding of or compliance with the rules seems lacking, as illustrated by its unlawful active current use of the site. We are genuinely concerned that the County Council's highway assessment of the application is based on the incorrect assumption that the current use of the site is lawful, and whilst it's difficult for officers to take this or future National Highways proposals into account, that is precisely the task of this planning committee. Decisions such as this is why you make the determination, not officers. We therefore respectfully request that the decision on this application be deferred and that confirmation be sought from the Highway Authority that its response is correctly based. If you permit this development before we have a response, it can never be undone. We believe this is too important a decision for Marks Tay with long-term consequences for you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And that includes Councillor Bentley in that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Barber, please. You're the school, Lewis, you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair and Committee again, and officers for the report on this matter. I'm the County Councillor for Marks Tay, so I'll leave some of the substantial planning points to my colleagues on the City Council that be made. I want to focus my comments in particular on the highways aspect. Now, I concur with Gerald and my colleagues on the City Council about concerns on the highways access. Now, I appreciate that the Highways Authority has not objected to this application. I've spoken with them at length about the application, my concerns around their response, as well as requesting a site visit, because I do think that's integral, and I'm not certain a site visit has been undertaken in their recommendation. And I don't feel, as members may have felt when they visited the site, that you can quite gauge the narrowness of the lane until you're actually there in person and see some of the damage on the edging of the road. What I would like us to do is ensure that we consider how the application interacts with the Marks Tey neighbourhood plan. Policy MT08 specifies that Dobbies Lane is to be used as a lane to promote cycling and pedestrian access. Now, while you may consider that Highway Authority's lack of objection is insufficient to defer this proposal, reject it on highways ground, you could take the perspective that this application breaches the neighbourhood plan, which is policy of the council. So you could tack your deferral with that approach by looking at the neighbourhood plan policy as a planning ground that is not being supported by the application. Now, what I think is worthwhile the committee doing is a deferral so that officers and the applicant can continue discussions to consider whether there is an alternative access point, for instance, down Old London Road. Just because there's an access point currently on Dobbies Lane, I don't think we should look at it that because it's there already, less weight should be given about alternative access points because of MT08, is it? 8, yes. MT08 I don't believe is referenced in the report. I would like the committee to allow officers to explore that both at a city and a county level so that we can ensure that we've done everything we can to assess the access point using all tools available, because I do feel that in the principle of localism, as well as ensuring that this committee is satisfied that it has considered all policies and can satisfy itself based on concerns raised by members that Essex Highways has acted reasonably in its response. Now, I'm not saying it hasn't, of course, but they may wish to consider that all factors have been taken into account by Essex Highways, including what I do feel is vital is a site visit. And I'd like us to defer to try and address some of those points before making a final decision. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Lewis. I have to say that we made a site visit today, and it was very, very hot, but I was actually astonished and horrified by the site. My old training of a forklift driver and health and safety courses that I had to go on just to unload one lorry I was just gobsmacked at what was going on. There's forklifts flying everywhere around that site, hurtling around, passing each other, forks raised with loads on, breaking endless rules and regulations. There's no lanes laid out for the safety of the workers. There's nothing but dust on there. It was either the site of Mad Max or the site of Dune. Honestly, we come back, our clothes were covered in mud. And I feel for the workers there. Health and safety on that side, I was actually, it doesn't take much for me not to say nothing, but I was amazed. And it was the skill of those drivers that they don't crash into each other. But when you go on a health and safety course of forklift drive, they show you videos of accidents, and I've seen them fork through people's heads. It's horrendous, and I feel for those people today. So, having said that, one of the questions we have to ask, well, the lane is pretty narrow. I wouldn't like to cycle down that lane either. So one of the questions that has come up, is this site lawful for this firm to be operating on? It's come up time and time again. Is it lawful?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the wider site history, there has been a C generous use and a B8 use on this site. So the nursery was there for a very, very long time. So in terms of employment use, yes, there is a policy background of employment use, and in the neighbourhood plan, I just show you the actual policy document, that might help as well. Bear with me. So, in terms of It's showing, great. So in terms of the application site, you will see this is the policy MT15 employment zone from the Marks Tate neighbourhood plan. And the dashed line is around the entire former bypass nursery site, and this is safeguarded as an employment zone for employment uses. The existing new zone site and the previous former bypass nursery sites were employment uses, and therefore the principle is there for an employment use to be on site. It certainly is not hidden in the application that they are seeking to expand the B8 use on site, and this is retrospective and therefore it's already taken place, but legislation and statutory requirements deem us to determine this application as it were any other application. So it shouldn't be penalised for being retrospective, I'm afraid. So you must consider it on its own planning merits as it stands. But I don't believe that there is anything to say that it is unlawful for an employment use to be on this site, given the policy background. I hope that helps.
It does a little bit. Thank you very much. So we'll get back to the speakers. Is there anything you'd like to address that they come up with, or shall we move to councillors?
Sorry, please say that again.
Sorry, so we have comments made by the public speakers,
Yeah.
and from Councillor Ellis on there, and Councillor Barber. Is there anything you want to pick up? The highways issues is a difficult one because they haven't objected. They've made quite a lot of recommendations in there. If we do defer this to go back to them, what else can they add to this that will make a difference and will make a difference? But once upon a time, we used to have an officer here once. As Martin retired, or Martin Mason retired. I miss picking on him in meetings, and it's a shame that highways don't come to these meetings, because we could answer all the questions here, well, they could answer the questions here, but will it make a difference if we defer it, and what will they say?
It's difficult for me to guess, because we're all geniuses with hindsight, really, but in terms of what they will say, I'm sure they'll be able to elaborate further to members why they have recommended conditions instead of recommendations for refusal. I have been in discussion with highway officers myself with this application, given the concerns raised, and sought clarification on why they were recommending conditions. Essentially, the background to this, as I've alluded to previously, is that the existing Dobbies Lane could be used by any vehicle at any amount at any volume. So even if you were to refuse this, there still could be HGV traffic using the lane. There'd be nothing that the highway authority or the local planning authority could enforce against. This is the first time that it's been suggested that there are traffic and highway management conditions proposed, which the applicant is aware of and has been mentioned by the agent that he would be stipulating to limit the use of Dobbies Lane, and that is more than we could currently do. So I believe that's what the Highway Authority will be able to assist you with if you wish to defer them. I believe you could defer and request a highway officer to be present to help you with questions. Simon might disagree with that, but it certainly is possible to request their presence, but it would just be a matter of when it would come back to committee. I hope that helps.
It does. Simon, would you like to comment? Yes.
Yes, Chair. We can, of course, request the presence of Essex Highway colleagues. If they're available, generally they're very keen to support the City Council in their deliberations on highway matters. There was the issue of MT08, which was raised by Councillor Barber, also a neighbourhood plan policy pertaining to the use of Dobbies Lane. So I think it'd be useful if you decide to defer, they could opine further on those two issues. But as Eleanor has explained, the existing use of the lane is unrestricted, and in fact granting this planning permission would give you greater control than actually exists at present. So it is for your members to consider in their deliberations. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So over to members. Jackie McLean was first. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
I do find this really hard to get my head round because it's unlawful what they've gone into, yet the site was a fraction, it was quarter the size a few years back when you look round it. And this is just gradually going on and on and on. And now we're expected just to give in and say, yes, fine, go along because it's employment, we want, you know, for jobs and all the rest of it. But I don't think we should be, rolling over for this. I think we should hold them to account. You know, we need a proper plan of what's actually going to be going on. The whole front of that site has changed. Coming off the London Road, you can barely get an Arctic lorry through where they've got the parked cars. Now, we've had the Anderson site go ahead because we were told that was all agreed and we had to accept that one. This one we do not have to accept, and I don't think we should until we get more information on the traffic plan and what is actually going to partake on that site, because it's all changed in the last 15 years. And it was very low key. Now, the lane is single track, it goes nowhere. If you were to go down there, the gates are shut. For, an Arctic lorry going down there, you couldn't turn around. So I think we need to have a proper traffic plan and how we're going to work it, because I cannot support anything like this. I went round the site last night. It was shocking, and I just couldn't believe it. The pedestrian bridge is there. It's going to change. More is going to come, and I think we need to be mindful of that. So I will not be supporting this application. I think we really seriously need to think what we are putting in place here. And I'd rather it was worked out and we get the right result before we go ahead and say yes. Thank you.
Yes, and if the business is expanding as much as it is and doing well, then we really need to look at it now and sort it properly. Councillor Mannion.
Thank you, Chair. I think there is a basic principle here. Marks Tay have a neighbourhood plan in place. That's given. Neighbourhood plans generally are part of the Colchester plan. I mean, we've just been through it at Tiptree and we know where that happened. Fought tooth and nail to get that through. And Mayland will have done it, Marks Tay will have done exactly the same. And here we are, we have a developer walking through it, neighbourhood plan, chucking it out the window, don't worry about that, here we go, doesn't matter. I'm sorry, basic principles, this is the rules, let's play by it. If we don't, then don't bother with any of the planning rules, just let's have a willy-nilly across the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. But in the neighbourhood plan, it does state it's for employment. So there is that sort of, it's a very strange item. But Councillor Warnes.
Thank you, Chair. This has been a good debate. There's been some good issues raised. But I do feel...
Just touch. Could we just have, with the ones who are only speaking in the meetings tonight, please, we're here to observe, thank you. That we can hear what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you. But I do feel that there's a genuine need to really make sure that we've bottomed out the highway issues. I would like to propose that we defer, and obviously get Simon's view on this, that we defer this application to invite the highways officers to a site visit at the actual application site where their advice and members' concerns can be looked at in greater depth and questions asked when we're standing on the site and seeing what it is they are recommending to us. So a deferment along the lines of inviting highways officers to a site visit so we can discuss and test the recommendations made by the Highway Authority before reaching a decision.
But we're just clarifying a legal point here about site visits. So if you could clarify, please, Robert.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the only point that comes to my mind, Councillor Warnes, is to go on a site visit. So the site visit rules are very specific in that when members are on site, that they shouldn't discuss the application to prejudge what might happen at the meeting afterwards. So I think it's perfectly reasonable, should the committee ask, that the highways officer attend on site and that members could ask factual questions, as in the site visit rules, and then attend the committee meeting following to then address the committee or point out stuff like that. But I think it crosses the point of the site visit rules there, I'm afraid, Councillor.
Yeah, you have articulated it better than I had, and therefore I think what you're articulating makes sense.
Okay, so we've got a proposal from Councillor Warnes that we defer the application that we discussed with highways, invite them to a site visit to make comments about it. Yes, please, do so.
So if I to encapsulate what Councillor Warnes has said, then to defer, to invite a highways officer to attend a site visit and the subsequent planning committee meeting, and if there are any, so just that alone, so there's that point. So at this point, if members do want to defer and look at any other grounds, now would be the time to include that, so that could all be brought back before the committee for the next meeting. So it's just a point of housekeeping there, Chair.
I think we're happy with that. Martin?
Could I just ask Jackie whether she has anything that she'd like to add?
I would think the highways should be in attendance, but I think we need to also be open in what we're all thinking and not prejudge at the moment, and just, I just want to leave it open that we can discuss it and see what's going to be offered.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually, it's that's the way to go. So we've got a proposal of Councillor Warnes and a second of Councillor McCarthy. I'll take Councillor Davison and then we'll go to the vote.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I totally understand Councillor Warnes wanting to defer it, and there are very good reasons to clarify the highways issues. Having said that, like you, I went on the site today. I could not believe the lack of safety. No reversing button beepers on the forklifts. Doors were left open. Anyway, horrendous. That's not a planning issue. What concerns me is the amazing amount of dust, and I think all the officers would totally agree with that. And we happen to be in a fairly low wind situation, but there are thousands of Marksday residents living less than 100 metres from that site, and if that amount of dust continues, it's totally unacceptable. The way the site is operating is totally unacceptable as it is now. I'm more minded towards actually refusing the application, but I will go along with the other thing I want to make clear from their Newstone's own planning statement, supporting planning statement. It says, what's the planning history? And in 2015, Bypass Nurseries applied for B8 for that small area. That's what the B8 area is. It's minuscule. And half of it was undercover and half of it was open. But then in 2021, we refused the application for a change of use from garden nursery sui generis to B8 storage. Now that was done for a very good reason. And like my colleague saying, the Marksday neighbourhood plan also says, yes, employment, but there's employment and there's acceptable employment. And this application in front of us is totally unacceptable in its current form. So I would actually move to refuse the application.
Okay, so as you've moved that, is there a seconder for your proposal? Councillor McLean has seconded. So we've got two proposals.
Chair, I'm more than happy to give way to allow Robert's proposal to be tested.
So, Chair, what the usual process is that when a proposal is made and seconded, that one will have to be taken first, unless it is withdrawn by the proposer and seconder accordingly. Proposer and the seconder accordingly. And so yeah.
Yeah, I think Robert's point is more fundamental than mine. So I think the order should be Robert's proposal first, and then if Robert's proposal isn't accepted, I'm happy to propose mine. Obviously, it depends on Councillor McCarthy's view.
I mean, I'm happy to take the vote that way round, but I'm not happy to withdraw our deferral. So I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we could do. There are two proposals, and we'll take a vote on both. That's the fairest way to do it. Councillor Hagan.
Could you withdraw and then perhaps resubmit the proposal? Is that a legal way around it?
You can do that, I believe.
That's fine. Yeah.
Councillor Warnes, are you withdrawing your proposal for deferral?
I am, Chair.
And we're happy with that. So now we move on to the reasons for refusal, so that we put them down, and then we'll consult with our officers to see if that's sufficient for us to refuse the application. Then we move on from there. So reasons for refusal, Councillor Davison, please.
Thank you, Chair. Where do you start? I think the first thing is that this site has been refused B8 storage usage before, only in 21. And I think, the fact that employment use from the Markstay neighbourhood plan was not expecting this size of employment area, and I'm struggling with I will also include totally unacceptable highway access, totally unacceptable working conditions, which I'm not sure is a planning issue. It isn't, thank you, not sure. So really it's just the fact that this site is not suitable for this current use, as well as the highways unacceptable access.
Okay, they haven't actually objected to the scheme. That's the problem with that. But Simon, is that sufficient enough to refuse?
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I do apologise. Also, the detrimental effect to the health of the local residents who are less than 150 metres away from the dust that's created.
Okay. Simon?
Thank you, Chair. Let's deal with the dust first of all. We could impose an appropriate dust control. There is one on the report. So I think that would fall away, Chair, because that can be adequately controlled and that would prevent that problem. The highway access issue is a difficult one, and as we've heard, we don't have any support from the Highway Authority for refusal at the present time. So I think if you wish to major on conflict between the use of the access and pedestrians and cyclists, which I understand totally, and apparently conflicts with neighbourhood plan policy MT08, you would, I think, need to defer and seek further guidance from our colleagues at ECC Highways. The fact that something's been refused consent previously isn't in itself a reason for refusal. I think you would have to identify that the site were not allocated for employment use. The problem is in the Markstay neighbourhood plan, it is allocated for employment use. So it's a bit of a conundrum there, really. I think you could look at the nature of the employment use and the trip generation and potentially the conflict with pedestrians and cyclists on Dobbies Lane. But I would strongly recommend that you would first consider deferral and looking at that with our colleagues from Essex County Highways, because if you refuse something without evidence, you risk costs and significant costs potentially. because we have no evidence to substantiate the point you're making. I totally understand it in common sense terms, but as we all understand, planning isn't always imbued with common sense. So I would strongly recommend that, given that this majors around highway impacts and conflict with the neighbourhood plan MT08 and intensification of trips, that this is something which would be very sensibly referred back to the Highway Authority. I totally understand the points you're making, but I think you are undermined to some degree by the fact that this is an allocated employment site in policy MT15 of the adopted Marks Tay Neighbour Plan, which, as we all know, forms part of the development plan. So in effect, this is an allocated employment site, whether we like it or not. And we need to really look at the specifics of this employment use to identify why that would be inappropriate. So my advice to you, members, would be to defer, sorry to go around the honey tree again, but to allow further advice to be received from the Highway Authority on the particulars of potential for conflict in the use of the access, the intensification of the use of the access with walking and cycling, and the Neighbourhood Plan Policy MT08, which encourages the use of Dobbies Lane as a key strategic part of the active travel network. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chairman, I'm happy to withdraw my proposal for refusal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for doing that. So, Councillor Hagan was actually first, so we'll come back to you, Martin.
It's okay, that motion's, proposal's been withdrawn. Thank you.
Councillor Warnes.
Chair, I'm happy to remove the proposal and to incorporate the technical advice that Simon has given into the deferral, which would include the site visit and then a subsequent committee meeting to which the highway officer is invited.
And Councillor McCarthy, you happy for that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so now we have a proposal and a second for the application to defer, and all the reasons and that we have written down. So all those in favour of defer, please show your hands.
That is unanimous, Chair.
Thank you all. We're going to take a short break. Before we do that, I've been told that this is your last meeting, Eleanor. You're off to sunny climes in New Zealand, no less.
That's right, yeah, so we finished on a good one, I think, didn't we?
Can I ask, will you be back for to hear the deferral for us?
Gosh, I might have to get up very early, so I think I'll say
There's always the
no.
internet.
I'm sure one of my colleagues can
thank you for all your
handle
work you've done in the committees and behind the scenes. Good luck for your future, and enjoy your life down there.
Thank you very much.
And now we'll take a short break while we refresh ourselves, toilets, drinks, such. Thank you everybody for coming back. And we'll crack on now for 7.3. 7.3 Myland Lodge is up for approval. Presenting officer is Hayley Parker-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening, members. Brilliant, thank you, guys. So planning permission is sought for the partial demolition of the former horticultural building and the conversion of the barn to residential use, alongside the erection of 4 dwellings with garages and access. Access will be provided off of the private track to the south of Braeswick Lane. This is the block plan. So the barn to be retained is plot 4 as shown here. The dashed line denotes the area to be demolished. These are the existing and proposed elevations for the barn. This will provide a 5-bed dwelling. These are the floor plans and a sectional drawing. These are the elevations and floor plans for plots 1 and 3. These are the elevations and floor plans for plot 2. And the elevations and floor plans for plot 5. These are the elevations and floor plans for the garages. And here are some site photos. The photo on your left is the existing access road to be utilised and extended upon. We then move around to the east of the site, the west of the site, and the north of the site, the south of the site, and then some photographs of the existing barn. It is considered that the proposed development would reflect the pattern of development within the area and is of an appropriate design and scale. Additionally, it is not considered that the proposal would represent an unneighbourly form of development, and furthermore, Essex County Council, subject to the inclusion of conditions, have not identified any harm in terms of pedestrian and highway safety. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to conditions and the completion of a unilateral undertaking to secure the relevant contributions. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So we'll take the public speakers now. We have the public against Robert Johnson, public for Robert Pomeroy, and online councillors Martin Goss. So Robert Johnson, please. Robert, I think you remember it's you had 3 minutes. Bell will go after 2. Ready when you are.
Good evening, committee, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm Robert Johnston. I'm a member of Myland Community Council, and there I sit on the Planning and Highways Committee. We've seen this proposal twice before, and we objected to it, and we saw Essex Highways' objection to it. So we were astounded last Wednesday, I think it was, when we saw it again, and we said we've replied to that, and then we saw Essex Highways negating their objection to it, going ahead with it. And I can't understand why. Braeswick Lane is not a road. Braeswick Lane is a public footpath 42, as it says in the report somewhere, continues on to Braeswick Lodge over 40, 42, 43 and 44. And then it occurred to me that Essex County Council have written development and public right-of-way guidelines, and I believe that they were adopted by this, as was Borough Council a couple of years ago. And to cut it short, they had a good system of coping with such conflict between development and public rights-of-way. The first option is you move the development so the public right-of-way can go through. If that's not possible, you move the public right-of-way so that the development can go ahead. If both of these aren't possible, you extinguish the public right-of-way and create a new one in the nearby locality. 3 options. Unfortunately, Essex County Council have come up with a fourth one, and that is to ignore the public right-of-way altogether, to talk about a road and not mention it's a public right-of-way. And I say that with evidence. Within the last 2 years, we've seen the deletion of parts of footpath 46, which is Ford's Lane to the north of the site, footpath 79, which is down Brickmakers Lane to the east of the site, and footpath 224, 3 deletions of parts of footpath 224 to the south of the site at Petrolia Close. All had planning permission granted for development. All had no objections from Essex Highways. They ignored the fact that there was public rights of way. 15 to 20 years later, they deleted the public rights of way. If you're thinking of another reason to object to this application, I will very quickly finish. NPPF 100, you all know the NPPF, it says planning policies and decisions should protect and enhance public rights of way, including taking opportunities for better facilities and existing networks. I think the recent pandemic and lockdown shows the benefit of public rights of way, helps diversity, sustainability, wildlife, health and well-being. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And now we have Robert Pomeroy. You have 2 minutes and 3, but as the other one had a couple more seconds. Thank you.
Good evening, members. My name is Robert Pomeroy. I'm a chartered town planner. This proposal falls within the settlement boundary for the city, where there is a presumption in favour of development of land for housing, making the principle of development policy compliant. As members will know, the council has a 5-year housing land supply, and within that supply is an allowance for windfall development. This proposal is the very embodiment of a windfall scheme, which will contribute positively to the housing supply. The proposal retains a barn of some heritage interest. It's not a listed building, nor is it capable of meeting the tests for a non-designated heritage asset, but nonetheless it is a barn that has been on the site for over 100 years and has links to the rose growing industry that was a significant part of the land use of this part of Colchester. On that basis, the decision was taken to restore the building and make it part of the scheme. This thought, care and attention has been afforded to the preparation of the whole development. The design and layout has been crafted to meet planning policy in relation to design and amenity, and in particular, amenity to neighbouring residents. Care has also been taken to ensure that the design is fully compliant with all relevant policy, and the development has a low density of 11 dwellings per hectare. It was therefore no surprise to learn that professional officers, having reviewed the scheme in detail, concur with the policy assessment provided in the application and are able to advise you that the development proposed is policy compliant in all respects. Officers have pointed out where there is potential for overlooking from some bathrooms, they recommend conditions to ensure that the windows are of obscure glass. As bathrooms, it was always our intention to fit obscure glass to these windows, so the conditions are accepted. I know and acknowledge and understand the objections raised by the ward councillor and some residents. In relation to any highway concerns, the Highway Authority are satisfied that the access arrangements are safe and that bin lorries have sufficient room to enter and turn within the site. As such, the layout meets the requirements of highway standards. And then just adding to what we've just heard, as far as I can see, I can only propose things that the Highway Authority for them to review, and if they meet requirements, they meet requirements. Any immediacy concerns have been addressed by officers who are content that all policies and standards are met. Therefore, it appears that there is no evidence that policies are not being complied with and that harm results. With no clear evidence of infringement, then the concerns that have been raised are
And now we turn to one of the ward councillors. He's online, Councillor Martin Goss. Are you there, Martin?
Good evening, committee. Good evening, committee. Hope you can hear me and see me. I called this application in for 5 reasons.
Martin, just 1 second. Martin, just 1 second. The sound is very low.
Can you hear me all right?
Just hold on a sec, because we have 2 people here with that need the subtitles up.
Okay.
Give us a second, please.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have to suspend for a few minutes while we sort the sound out. Sorry about that. Martin, could you speak again just to do a 1 2 1 2 so that Leslie can tell us if she can hear you or not?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Testing 1 2, if that helps.
We are happy. Just wait for Robert to sit, then we're ready to go. Sorry about the delay, Martin. I'm sure you've got nothing better to do anyway.
No, sure not. We good to go now?
Okay, this is all we can give as volume-wise. Is the committee happy that we can hear Martin okay to make a judgment what he's saying? Yes, everyone happy? Yeah. Martin, we're happy, so
Thank you.
Crack on.
Thank you. So I called this application in for 5 reasons. One of them was access to the site of Braeswick Lane is not in the outline of Mile End Road. The access is down a terrible lane where houses 1, 3 and 5 is an unmade road and a tight bend. And in fact, Colchester City Council, as of last week, is refusing to actually collect their rubbish because they can't actually get a vehicle down the road because it's in such a poor condition. And yet this is going to be used to access the site for building lorries, etc. So point 2 about dust carts, well, it's actually a step further. We cannot actually service those houses now. The council is refusing because the state of the road is so bad. I believe that the plan was overdevelopment of the site for the size of it versus the amount of the dwellings going onto it. The earlier plan was rejected by Essex County Council on highway grounds, and also I believe changes had to be made to the overall density of the site. This will affect the human rights of existing residents and their quality of life, particularly with all the construction traffic down an unmade track. And it will also overlook houses down Braeswick Lane where the Mersey Road enclave is. So I believe that there are sufficient grounds here, like with the 2 previous applications tonight, to defer this, to do further work on it, to actually improve and enhance the actual access. As Robert Johnston from Mile End Community Council has highlighted, this is actually a public right of way. It's not actually an access road. And in fact, that is one of the concerns that we do need to take on board. So I do believe that this housing development is premature. I do believe it's fraught with issues. And if we can't even service the rubbish of existing residents, how on earth are we going to service the new residents that are moving in? And how are they going to access the site? How are large lorries and skips and everything else going to get in? I did request that you did a site visit. I don't know if that happened, but you would have seen this for yourself and the ridiculous access that we've got. But as with everything, Essex County Council pretty much waves anything through, although in fairness, they did originally object to the first application, but have rolled over and now withdrawn that objection. So I hope you did visit, and I hope you've seen the issues that I've raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gloss. Yes, we did make a site visit today. We were in a minibus and it got through. Not much to spare, to be honest, but it was pretty tight. And we did mention how the building lorries and that would actually access the site. It's a bit bigger than a minibus. Anyway, over to Hayley for any comments from the application.
Thank you. So I'll try and do them in order. In relation to the access, obviously, highways haven't raised any objection, and this does serve existing dwellings to the site. As part of the proposal, it will be an extension of the existing access from the site to serve the new development. The public right-of-way team were included in the consultation from Essex County Council Highways, and they advised that footpath 42 follows a wide surfaced private road with multiple dwellings off of it, so pedestrians will be used to sharing the width with passing vehicles. At the access point, the footpath increases in width, which would likely prevent any user conflict issues with vehicles turning. Sight lines along the footpath are good at this point too. So they're quite happy from a pedestrian safety point of view that the access to serve the development is secure. In terms of dust carts, as you will see on the block plan, there is a size 3 turning head proposed. So this is considered sufficient for larger vehicles to access the site and turn around within the site, so they are exiting at the access with Braeswick Lane in forward gear. Over development, as with the previous application tonight, there are a number of assessment criteria in this respect. Each plot would benefit from sufficient amenity space, parking and living conditions for future occupiers. And it's not considered as detailed. I do believe the officer's report goes into significant detail in terms of neighbouring amenity. That the proposal would have an impact on the new development to the north-western corner of the site. And if I have missed anything, please do let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, just want to come back further from Councillor Goss that the dust cart couldn't go down there to access that road, so that does seem a bit of a problem. And if the dust cart can't down, how will the fire engine actually access that site? I was just looking for the fire report, but I can't see it in there.
So I can't comment specifically on that issue because I don't know why the dust carts have decided to not go down there. I don't know if it's road condition rather than roadside. So at this moment in time, I'm unable to comment. Obviously, the lack of highways objection in this respect is considered acceptable to allow dust carts to access the site, the existing dwellings and the dwellings moving forward. It is something that highways are becoming more conscious of with schemes.
Okay, thank you. And it would be interesting to hear that because they actually refused it before and then changed their minds, it would be nice that they put a report in to give the reasons why they did that, because the lane hasn't actually changed in the time they've done that. It's still a small lane no matter what. So why have they suddenly changed their minds?
Sorry, thank you. The original objection, I believe, was in relation to the public rights of way and pedestrian safety. The applicant submitted additional information in response to the highways original objection, which is why highways then went straight to the public right of way team. for this information to provide their recommendation with the suggested conditions. So we have got condition 5, which ensures that prior to any works on site, signage will be displayed, so slow and pedestrian along the Braeswick Lane. And then obviously condition 13 deals with turning facilities to ensure that these are of a size 3 dimension. We have also got a condition for a construction management plan to deal with construction traffic to the site, storage of materials, etc., etc. Proposed 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie, please.
Thank you, Chair. The question regarding the public right of way, was there ever public right of way, or was it withdrawn because it maybe a farm lane that's been used automatically and people thought it was a public right of way? I mean, is there confusion in that? So, you know, that's what I was trying to, with the gentleman that spoke, you know, there's no public right footpath or anything down that way at the moment that we know of? Or if it is there, would it be just used as just to access down to the track anyway? So that's what I was just asking, you know, if there is anything in that, or are we, you know, have we, you know, exhausted that source, that's all.
There did appear to be, with the house that we saw was existing next door, they got a back gate out onto the side. So it looked like there probably was a path there for them to access, but over to you.
Yeah, so on the site visit, it was observed that it looks like the occupiers of 301A would have utilised a strip of land to access the private driveway. However, that's not obviously a public right of way, that is just their access to their property. The public right of way, I believe, runs along Braeswick Lane rather than the actual private drive. If that's not.
Jackie, you happy with that? Or can we come back? Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the portfolio holder for Waste coming on and giving his view as a local councillor, but also as portfolio holder for Waste and Recycling. I wonder if it's not within precedent that I could actually ask a question of the portfolio holder in his capacity, that he could perhaps forward a report to all members after this meeting as to what the reasons are why the recycling service was withdrawn from this route, what precedent has been set that we now need to be aware of as a planning committee, because obviously we can't be seen to be, you know, looking favourable at developments where the access is really thin if we can't do waste collection. So I'm just wondering if he would consider doing that. He doesn't have to. Obviously, he's in a different capacity, but maybe that's something that could be put forward by the chair in another route. The other question I would ask as well, one other point, is the clarification that it is a public right of way, according to the interactive map on Essex, but it stops short of Mile End Road. It actually doesn't follow Braeswick Lane completely to the T. There is a deviation, so obviously there is a lane and the right of way was historically perhaps alongside. The question is, if these houses can't access or are asked not to access because it's a public right of way, how do these houses now access it? And how have they done? Just a question, really. Thank you.
Okay, on the first one about answering questions to portfolio holders, I'm afraid we can't do that because we set a precedent, but we'll be queuing up to do that. What we could do is what we've done earlier on, is to ask for a deferral of the application for further reports from the portfolio holder and from Mile End Parish Council and from Highways as to do that. So that is the way to do that, around that with the information, because it's all new to us tonight. I'm afraid that we do that. But I'll pass you over to Hayley.
Thank you. In regards to the waste collection, if that is of concern, that is details that we could secure via condition. So we can secure additional details in relation to the waste disposal and collection for the site at a later date.
But if the dust cart people say they couldn't The reason why they didn't collect from there is because they couldn't access the site per road, because they can't make it through there. But the question is, how has the rubbish been collected for the last few years? Has the dust cart actually been down there? Is it a different driver? So this is all information that we need. That one driver didn't feel confident going down there, but perhaps another driver had gone down there. How has it been collected over the last few years?
Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. If we put a condition on, obviously that's something that officers can assess against. So if it was a one-off situation, obviously we know that the road is in suitable condition. It was just on that day, the driver wasn't feeling as confident, and then obviously that doesn't impact on the proposal before us. And we can go from there in line with the agent.
I just want to come back on that. I'm sure I heard the words, the collections have ceased. It's been stopped. I don't know if anyone can back up on that comment, or we can read back on the minutes just to confirm that.
But what's been happening for the last few years? I think it's something that we really need to know before we proceed on that.
What's changed?
Yeah, because I think the development, as it is, probably relies on the access road in there. The footpath seems to be, as you said, it stops and starts, and it's one of those things that's always been there in these areas, and they just use it, basically. But Councillor Warnes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I suppose the question is that are these matters that should prevent us making a decision? And the planning officer seems to be saying that we can condition so these relevant facts are actually addressed. And you seem to be saying, well, actually, there's a lot more facts we need in order to be able to make a mind up. I just want a bit of clarification, because Hayley is saying that public right-of-way goes down Braeswood Lane. My fellow councillor member next to me is saying, well, actually, it deviates a bit. Oh, right, he's just shown me what he means. What that actually is that somebody's driveway is basically sitting over the actual line. But so what I see Braeswood Lane as being the public right-of-way. And at the point where this driveway meets Braeswood Lane, it's actually widened. Whether that's a turning circle or not, I don't know. But then it is probably a bit wider, maybe half as much again, of Braeswood Lane up to the Mile End Road. So really, once construction traffic can get off onto Braeswood Lane because there are splays, it's when it gets to this driveway that's the issue. But then, from what I can see, the public right-of-way appears not to go down the driveway. So I would appreciate further guidance on whether these matters are something that should hold us up making a decision or not, because on balance it points towards me that there isn't as big a pedestrian conflict as is basically being said because of the wideness of Braeswood Lane at that point. Sorry, I forgot who was.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think it would be helpful if Hayley could just reiterate the quote from the public right-of-way officer at Essex County Highways, because they have considered this very point and the potential for conflict, as identified by Mr. Johnson, with pedestrians and car users, and they do not have concerns on that regard. But I do think it's important that we hear that quote again, because it is a matter that has been researched and clarified for members in their deliberations. Thank you.
The quote from the Public Rights of Way team goes as follows: footpath 42 follows a wide surfaced private road with multiple dwellings off of it, so pedestrians will be used to sharing the width with passing vehicles. At the access point, the footpath increases in width, which would prevent any user conflict issues with vehicles turning. Sight lines along the footpath are good at that point too. Thank you. Oh, and in terms of dealing with things by condition, I'm confident that we could secure sufficient details to allow for the determination along with an additional condition in relation to the collection of waste. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. And Highways does actually say why they originally raised concerns due to the intensification of vehicular use of this track, but they seem to be happy with the access now, and Highways have no objections to this application. So, members, any other speakers? No? So in that case, it is proposed for approval as such, and no one else has come up with anything else. So, do I need a proposal? Have I got a proposal for approval? Councillor Warnes, any seconder for that? Councillor McLean. So we have a proposal and a seconder for this application and all the conditions in the report. Can we move to the... I was just about to...
Sorry, is that the approval with the conditions as per the report or with the additional condition for the waste collection?
Yes.
Additional condition for the... So it's
Additional,
approval in line with the officer's recommendation and the addition of the waste collection condition.
That's correct. Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that.
Sorry, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're happy with that. So we're back with that. So now we move to the vote. For all those in favour of approval of this application.
8, 4.
Any against?
1.
1. Abstained? Could you put your hand up, please? Thank you.
1.
So that is that's approved. Thank you very much. We now move on to the next item, 7.4, and adjacent to 179B Shrub End Road. It's for approval. Hayley is the presenting officer. We have public speaking against Jenny Goldsmith, none for, and Councillor Alyssa Moore is a visiting councillor. Over to you, Hayley.
Thank you. Just get the presentation back up. So this application seeks planning permission for the construction of a new 3-bed Art Deco influenced dwelling and separate garage. This site is accessed to the west of the public house, as shown at the bottom of this here. So it'll be accessed up here. This is the block plan. This is the front and rear elevations. These are the side elevations. This is the proposed floor plan. The roof plan. Garage elevations and floor plan. Street scene elevations. And some site photographs. The top one is the application site from the public house car park. And then at the bottom is the view from the site to the public house. And then some photographs looking north, east and west of the site. Whilst the proposed dwelling is of a unique design for the area, it is not considered this would have a detrimental impact on the character and appearance of the surrounding area, and subject to suitably worded conditions would not represent an unneighbourly form of development. The application is subsequently recommended for approval, subject to conditions and the completion of a unilateral undertaking to secure contributions. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to public speaking against Jenny Goldsmith, please. Jenny, you have 3 minutes to speak. A bell will go after 2, let you know that you've got a minute to go, and we'll start when you're ready to go.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I live next door to the proposed development. I've lived there for 7 years. The developer lives opposite. He's lived there for 2 years. If this planning application goes ahead, it would detriment to my family and our way of life. We've lived here because it is quiet and not overlooked. We're completely private, and it is private because despite it being just off the main Shrub End Road, it is a private single track driveway, and the only vehicle movement along there is our homes. If the application went ahead, vehicle movement would increase dramatically due to design, and on the drive we do not have front fence on the main reception. Our main reception room is only 7 feet away from where cars and lorries will drive down. This will have an overbearing effect on the front of our house, and I feel I cannot use the front room any longer, nor will I allow my children to play out on the front. We have already experienced vehicles driving rather fast down the road and turning the corner to get to the site going across our own drive. The space the developer has now gated has always been communal parking to the two existing properties, and we have evidence that that's been in place for over 20 years. Highway states they do not see any impact on Shrub End Road, but if our visitors can no longer park down the road, they'll then have to park on Shrub End Road, so that will increase. The site was previously noted as a car park, which is untrue. It was mostly wildlife area and home to a family of mudjacks, foxes, slow worms, and as confirmed by the North East Essex Badger Group, a badger set. All of these have gone now because the site has been cleared without consultation. If the building goes ahead, which uses almost every piece of the space on this plot, we will completely lose our green oasis, which will massively affect everybody around. The design of the building, described in the report as unique and not totally in keeping, is justified by the fact it is not readily visible in the public realm. This implies that it is okay to force this on the properties regardless of the fact that the vast majority of us have objected on the grounds of design, amongst other things. The other properties, including mine, are brick-built, 2-storey family homes and bungalows. There is no unique design properties and certainly no Art Deco properties in the area. We find the design overbearing and looking over properties in our tower over the surrounding areas, and even more so on the two small two-bedroom bungalows on the opposite side. We can test that this is the wrong design and the wrong size and not in keeping at all. There's issue of the balcony where there are issues of noise, impact on the roof terrace. Whoever said that there's not clearly has made the comment the noise would have no worse than a party on a ground level, has completely disregarded the fact that the acoustics are improved and increased when the source of noise is raised above the surrounding area, hence why performances are held on stage. We can test that this is unreasonable, and the planning officer said that it would not be an issue of overlooking because they've raised the planning officer said the issue because the side of the balcony has been raised. Planning officers also asked that obscured glass for windows in the balcony be to avoid overlooking. However, the average sized man standing on that balcony can easily see into anyone's properties and gardens, including mine. The planning officer has therefore admitted that there is an overlooking problem, asked to obscure glass. Why then is he allowed a balcony? My family and other neighbours therefore
sorry,
asked...
but...
oh, sorry. Sorry.
You had 40 seconds
Sorry.
over 3 minutes.
Sorry.
But we got the gist
I'm
of
so
it.
sorry I spoke so fast.
No, it's okay. You did well.
Thank you.
We got the gist of what you were trying to say
Thank
anyway.
you.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Lismore, please. You know the score. You have 5 minutes. They'll go after 4. It'll be tough when you're exactly 5 minutes. I know you're there, so you've timed it to the top.
The committee will have seen the objection comments that have been forwarded by concerned residents on this application. Highways mentioned that the means of access is not in control or ownership of the applicant. We believe that it now is. However, Highways have asked for a demonstration that this exists in perpetuity. We do not believe that this can be done as there are existing rights due to the area, which is now the entrance, being used as parking and turning for at least 20 years. We have evidence of this. The balconies wrap around 3 of the 4 sides of the building. Anyone standing on the balconies can see into the neighbours' properties and into numerous gardens. The balconies will look over the house to the left, the house in front of it, the children's nursery, which is in front, the pub garden and car park, and the bungalow off King Harold Road. To this bungalow, again, built in red brick, this building is absolutely overbearing and out of keeping. The property to the left of the development has not complained about overlooking because this is already owned by the developer. However, when and if that property is sold, they too will be completely overlooked both into their house and their garden. The access road is adjacent to a children's day nursery. The increased traffic will have an impact on the children's safety as parents collecting and dropping off have to walk down the access road to get to the entrance. Their back fire exit directly opens out onto the road too, and this is used regularly for practices. This access road is only 1 car wide and has no stopping areas for vehicles coming both ways. It also has no pavement. Up to 50 children use this facility daily between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Looking at our own council's supplementary planning documents, this is backland and infill development included in the definition that this land has previously never been used as a garden or is surrounded by gardens. It is off the main road and the policy does state this can be allowed if the design is comprehensive and carefully designed. This does not. The policy states the design should make a positive impact on the neighbourhood and should complement the local area, including design, materials, density and layout. With the white painted exterior, the black windows and the roller shutters, which even the pub does not have, and the design, this does not. Paragraph 6.2 of the policy states the developer must have an understanding of building elements and design so that the new development sits in harmony with its surroundings. This does not. Doors, windows and brick detail are key elements and create a sense of place and an area's identity, I quote. This type, colour and texture of building materials should complement the wider residential area. This does not. Paragraph 6.25 states that windows, doors and other features should be respected. This does not. The site should reflect the original development of the area. This does not. In paragraph 6.6, access arrangements that will result in adverse impact on existing properties will be resisted. There should be a minimum distance of 3 metres buffering zone. This application does not have a buffer zone, and as the resident stated, her downstairs front window is only 1.4 metres away from the road. There are no turning circles as the area used for that purpose is now the entrance. There is no access or turning circles for recycling or rubbish collection. PPS 1 and PPS 3 state that the building should reflect the character of the setting and improve local distinctiveness. This does not. Development policy DP 15 states that if a small incidental piece of open space contributes to a local area, development will be supported. I believe that due to the wildlife that used this area, including the badgers, that this is an integral part of the characteristics of the neighbourhood and should be returned to its natural state. This was not part of the pub's car park. It was a green lung enjoyed by many animals. The policy states in paragraph 6.15 that gardens should be considered to be larger than the minimum required in order that they reflect the area around it. This does not. Paragraph 6.18 states that the development again should reflect the character of the area and protect the amenity of its neighbours. This does not. It goes on to say that this is important in reinforcing local character. This does not. The document says that its objective is to ensure that backland and infill development respects and reflects the character of the area, attractive residential layouts are promoted, local distinctiveness and identity are promoted, and that environmental impacts are minimised. This does not. If approved, however, may I please ask that an archaeological plan is included and that time is taken to investigate the site before building work starts. This site is very close to a Roman ditch and needs investigating before the opportunity is lost. And may I also ask in the conditions, if approved, that there is no work on a Saturday. The immediate neighbour works shifts as a prison officer and Saturday morning is her family time. In conclusion, we believe, therefore, that this application should be refused based on Colchester City Council's supplementary planning document on backland and infill development paragraphs 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 5.4, 6.2, 6.3, 6.5, 6.6, 6.9, 6.10, 6.12, 6.13, 6.14, 6.15, 6.18, 6.23, 6.24, 6.25, and finally 6.27. Thank you.
Very good.
Could you guys go over this again, please? Thank you very much. Back to you, Hayley, on all those points. We did notice that in the site visit that there did appear to be a concrete area with white spaces marked out. Was that part of the pub's car park ones?
Yeah, so as observed on site, it's a continuation of the pub car park that's denoted by them white spaces. I will do my best to address all of them points, but please do let me know if I've missed anything of concern. So in terms of the vehicular movement increase, Obviously, the proposal is for one dwelling. This is not considered to result in a significant intensification of the use, especially as by your own admission the nursery parents do utilise this access also. In terms of the ecology and the loss
Hayley,
of...
sorry to interrupt, but we're getting a bit of feedback. Do you think you can use the microphone there, please? If you can move it closer to you as well, that might be better.
Better? No, you can't. Better? Yeah?
Yes.
Can all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
In terms of ecology, we do note that there was some trees present on site from aerial photography. So we have included condition 7, which seeks to secure a 10% biodiversity net gain. It's been advised by Ecology Place Services at Essex County Council that the baseline will be used as close as possible to what records we have for the site previously in terms of tree coverage and wildlife potential. Design is a very subjective issue. The officer's report does provide a number of paragraphs in this respect. I'll try and touch on the main points because I am conscious of time and how long we have all been here. In terms of the backland and infill PD, we do consider that it complies with the recommendations set out within that, largely in terms of the layout, in that it does follow the relatively established building line of the properties to the west of the site. The plot size, while slightly larger than the direct neighbouring properties, is not completely uncharacteristic of the surrounding area. 10 Somers Road to the rear is quite similar in terms of plot size. In terms of specific design features, the proposed dwelling would feature a circular focal point central to the dwelling, which reflects the hexagonal feature on the public house, which I believe was seen on my site photographs over the fence. You can see the glass feature that sticks out. I'm happy to get that up again. Just for reference. You can't really see from the photo that it's hexagonal, but I will quickly share. So it's in this photograph here. I will try and zoom in. So this is a hexagonal feature to the rear of the pub. So it seeks to mirror that. It is of a unique design considering the direct neighbouring properties, but there are other Art Deco properties within the wider area. Just because it is unique doesn't make it uncharacteristic or particularly harmful. We have put additional conditions on to secure the detailed design aspects to ensure that we are getting a high quality Art Deco design from the proposal. In terms of the roof terrace and neighbouring amenity, I think that is addressed within the officer's report. 1.7 metres is the standard height included in any condition across the board as per permitted development rights would be. For obscure glazing and certain issues with overlooking, that is just standard across the board, but we could look for the balcony specifically, we could look to increase the privacy screen height in terms of that. In terms of the noise, whilst I appreciate that being at a higher level may have more impact on terms of the noise heard by neighbouring properties, it is a residential site that's being proposed, so the use of that and how they use it would be no different to any other residential property in terms of the noise impact and associated concern. And I'm not sure what I've missed, but I have tried to touch on all of the points. Thank you.
Sorry, just talk to local knowledge on that. Thank you, Hayley. Members, any questions? There was a question about the dust carts again, but it is pretty tight down there. There's a better road than the other one, but they do seem to manage it, and there's quite a tight turn and circle in there, but maybe they just back up, I don't know. Councillor Warnes.
Yeah, on 16.11, it talks about procedural matter and says an update can be provided to committee members. And an observation on 6.10 above it, when we're talking about wildlife in the area, this goes into there being no record of any badger sets, but there were 44 recordings within a 3-mile radius, but nothing since 2021. My observation is that we probably need more detail when we're looking at the sets of what is a protected species in the future. We probably want some sort of timeline, so basically we can see when the application goes in when the actual observation started, the date that the relevant ecological body was actually consulted, the date their decision was taken, and whether there was any observations ever reported of basically holes where animals may access either foxholes or badger sets, of them actually being blocked at any time. And I think that would give us a bit more information to be able to properly evaluate what is in the paragraph.
Thank you. So in relation to the procedural matter, I can confirm the pre-commencement condition has been agreed now. That was confirmed this morning. Apologies for that. In relation to the procedural matter around how we deal with ecology, I can't provide too much comment. At the moment, we have a procedure which we follow. It normally includes a competent person undertaking an appropriate ecological survey, and then we use Essex County Council as an external body to comment on them findings. In the absence of that, we still go to Essex County Council Place Services to make comment in case there is a potential for ecology on the site and protected habitat and species on site. If they come back and they advise that it isn't, that they are the qualified professionals in that respect, and I don't know what grounds we have to query that, but Simon might be better advised or have something else to add in that respect.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we consult with Essex Place Services, and I'm sure if the ecological report, the evidence base that was submitted, was timed out or long in the tooth, I'm sure they would advise us that we need to go back. When we have long and complex applications that sometimes are with us for a considerable time, we do go back to the applicant and ask for a more recent report or for the ecological evidence base to be updated. So I do take on board the concerns that Councillor warns. He's quite right. We need an up-to-date evidence base when we're considering application, and we always would require the ecological report to be recent in terms of its survey, and we would then consult with Essex Place Services, who we retain as our ecological consultants, who would then advise us whether the evidence base was adequate, and that would include how fresh that evidence is. But I totally take the point, we can't be dealing with old evidence because clearly wildlife changes, and there could be a material, a material change in circumstances if the report was old. But we obviously have to take that report at face value, but we do then consult with Essex to ensure that it is appropriate.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so what I think would be helpful is if we could have a link in the report that takes members to the ecological report, so those who are interested could actually read it. And I'd also like it to be stated in the report, although I know you could get it from the ecological report, what company undertook the original survey, so members like myself can then go and investigate their websites to understand their approach towards the ecological survey, and that would help me get a much better picture about how the report actually comes around and who the company are being used and how they approach it, and it helps give a better insight and helps me evaluate the findings better. Thank you.
I think we can look into that, but sort of, President, do we actually consult the North Essex Badger Watch people? We do still.
Yes,
they do birds
we
as
do
well,
consult
don't they?
with the Badger Group. Yeah,
excellent.
We do.
I'm quite lucky because the lady who runs it lives in Roe Hedge, so I often consult her with badgers. Okay, that's quite good. So we could do on Martin, Councillor Warnes requested that link into sometime in the future.
There is a technical problem with us providing links to the outward-facing website. I don't know if any of you have encountered this yourselves. Often when we send links, they do frequently not work. They time out, unfortunately, because they're to the outside, the external-facing website. So I don't think it's going to work, to be absolutely honest.
Okay, then perhaps a description of where to find it on the website would help.
Yeah, the reports are always reproduced on the website under the application documents list, so they are always there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, any more speakers on this item? So we have the application is up for approval, and conditions are listed in the report. Have I got a proposal for this for approval? No. So is there a approval for refusal? Well, I think that we've got to make a decision tonight.
Okay, Chair. I'm on balance happy with it. So on balance, I will propose acceptance of the officer's recommendations. Yeah, that.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Holt, thank you. So we have a proposal and a seconder for approval. I'm going to move to the vote. All those in favour of approval, please show your hands.
1, 2, 3.
All those against? All those abstaining?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Then the application is passed. Thank you very much, Hayley. And now we'll move on to the next one. Time is kicking on. So now we've got 7.5. Kroonstad, 63 London Road, Copford, is up for approval. Kelsey Oliver is the plan officer. We have public for, against is Nigel Sager, no public for, and a statement from Councillor Ellis and Councillor Bentley. For your first application, welcome to the Planning Committee, and off you go.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. So I'll just share my screen. So the application seeks change of use from part of an existing residential garden to a dog exercise field. The application site sits to the south of London Road, Copford, and is located within a predominantly residential location, with the access point and the entrance gate located within the settlement boundary and the main body of the site situated outside of the settlement boundary. Therefore, is considered that policy OV2 will be relevant in assessing the proposal. The application site has a separate access to number 63, and the site is located between residential dwellings numbers 63 and 65. It should also be noted to the west of the site there are operating commercial sites, and to the rear of the site is countryside. So this slide shows you the proposed site layout. The proposal includes the erection of a 6-foot agricultural tornado fencing with wooden posts to provide security to and from the exercise field, which will also be set from the neighbouring boundaries around 1 metre. There are no significant alterations to the design of the field itself. The trees and natural features are proposed to be retained. The development will include an area of hard standing and shelter to provide weather protection for customers, which will also include mains electricity. There is also a dog waste bin provided. So slide 3, in terms of the functioning and the use of the site, it will include a secure booking operating system, and the number of customers and dogs are to be conditioned. There'll be one customer car at any one time, with only 2 dogs per allocated session, and a 10-minute window to ensure there will not be 2 cars at the same time. As you can see from this breakdown of the site, there are 2 secure access gates provided.
2 policy compliant parking spaces, a turning point, a passing point, a shelter, dog waste bin, and water and mains electric. Highways Authority have been consulted and have issued conditions. Again, environmental protection have been consulted, have raised no objections and issued conditions. So just moving on to photos of the site, showing you the main access and the neighbouring dwelling to the west. Again, the other photo, this is the dwelling to the east. And I've also included some street scene photos to give you more of a context. I know I think you visited today. Site photos of the site itself. It's considered that the policy DM6 will also be relevant to this proposal. It states that proposals for sustainable rural businesses will be supported if they are of an appropriate scale, meet a local employment need and minimise negative environmental impacts and harmonise with the local character and surrounding countryside where they are proposed. The proposal is considered to be small scale and the proposal will employ individuals such as a waste removal and the booking systems operator. Due to the recommended conditions, in terms of the functioning of the proposed change of use, it is considered that it can be ensured that proposed development would not result in material harm to neighbouring amenity, by which condition of the use will be suitably preserved and protected. Officers are in the view that the conditions provide security and the officer recommends a conditional approval. Happy to take any questions that members or speakers may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move to the speakers. Nigel Sager, please. So Nigel, you have 3 minutes. A bell go after 2. There's a minute to go. We'll start whenever you press your red button. Good luck.
The proposed change of garden backland in this residential setting as a dog exercise field is inappropriate for reasons of severe impact on the privacy and amenity of neighbouring homes, contrary to the officer report which shows scant regard for the obligations of good placemaking in the local plan. Policy DM15 requires development to protect and promote residential amenity, particularly with regard to privacy, overlooking, security, noise and disturbance. This application does not fulfil these basic principles. Both sides of the proposed exercise area form the boundaries of private gardens of 55 and 65 London Road, 55 not even shown in the photographs, which borders the whole of the eastern edge of the site, my garden, and are adjacent to other houses, all of which will be affected by dog barking, dog calling, car movements and compromised security. A hedge separates the eastern side of the site from the garden of 55. The door of 65 faces the entrance gate and exercise field and will be affected by a constant flow of unknown users within 2 metres of the front door with no screening. The exercise area abuts a low wire fence in the garden of 65, creating an overlooked, threatening environment for the elderly resident and those of 67 who face the site over a low fence. The proposed hours of use are too long, from early until late, every day, including holidays and darker winter days, with further security issues. The dog exercise area is outside the settlement boundary with no plausible justification. Claims to encourage economic and leisure benefits for local people are exaggerated. There will be little or no rural employment resulting. The only beneficiary is the non-resident owner in Bedford, who will not be present to manage the site with arm's length online booking. The provision of a waste bin emptied weekly will not ensure the area is kept clean and hygienic. The website will not offer security for the site or peace of mind for residents. Monthly visits by the owner cannot ensure good management. There is no proven local demand for the site of less than half an acre compared to the national norm of 2 to 4 acres. Copford has a well-managed, fenced public dog walking area, miles of woodland walks and commercial exercise field at 8 Ash Green of over 4 acres in a rural location with no impact on neighbouring residents. The application is strongly opposed by the Parish Council and residents and should be rejected. It sets a
dangerous precedent with risk to homeowners and planning implications. A last-minute attempt through correspondence to recast the application as a dog freedom field, despite its small dimensions, with spurious reference to historical agricultural land on which all of these houses are built, shows the application is deeply flawed and opportunistic and should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we've got a statement from the Ward Councillor, Councillor Ellis with Councillor Bentley. Just 1 second when Robert's ready.
Thank you, Chair. So the statement reads as follows. Again, I apologise for not being with you this evening. As I have explained, I had no control over when this was brought to committee. Once again, this submission should be considered to come from myself and Councillor Kevin Bentley. I called in this application because it has caused a huge amount of upset and consternation in its local area. It was objected to by the Parish Council and Councillor Bentley, and I agreed with many of the objections. I did not expect it to come before the committee and failed to understand how the planning officer could see fit to recommend this for approval. It is a dire application using a simple and rather poor business plan as the planning statement and basis for the application. The site area is woefully inadequate for the purpose proposed. The applicant, who lives in Bedford, where his business is registered, as we assume, failed to find a larger, more suitable pieces of land closer to his home. Happy Canine Limited was incorporated in April of this year and has no other dog exercise facilities. This application would be the sole business. The applicant has, it appears, decided to try and build a business by utilising a piece of land belonging to his father, also domiciled in Bedford. We understand his father also owns the property number 63, which stands in front of this back land site, which, contrary to paragraph 4.1 of the officer's report, does not form part of Kroonstadt 63 London Road. It is an entirely separately registered land holding and is not part of the garden. The proposal is for him to manage the business remotely and physically visit once a month. Nowhere in the application does it propose providing local rural employment. So why has the planning officer stated that policy DM6 is relevant when it clearly does not meet local employment need? This application is also to provide an income to a single business owner in Bedford, also contrary to the report. It is not a piece of residential garden. It might look like it, but it isn't. We will repeat, it's a standalone, separately registered land holding with no access to water or electricity, the former being essential, we suspect, of an area where dogs are exercised. Neighbouring amenity. Please read paragraph 16.9 of the officer's report and reconcile that with the neighbouring elderly residents. One with an adjacent open aspect garden. If you have undertaken a site visit, you will understand this issue. Imagine having lots of people you don't know coming and going at the bottom of your garden from 7:30 in the morning until 9 p.m. While we sincerely hope that you do not, if committee were minded to approve this application, at least look at the change those hours, taking summer and winter time into account. We note Highways have raised no objections and know that committee members attach import to Highways recommendations. We imagine sitting at one's desk, the proposal might look safe to a Highways officer, but try exiting the driveway for real and you will find that to cross the footpath, you can't see pedestrians or cyclists approaching from the right until they're upon you. This is due to the brick pier and trees belonging to number 63. Without the control of the applicant, as this belongs to his father and is an entirely separate land holding to the application site. At the very least, can committee check that Highways actually conducted a site visit? If not, defer and request that they do so. This is a busy road and safety should be of paramount importance. A track to access a piece of land used very occasionally by the owner has a very different number of vehicle movements. With their associated risks than the dog exercise area, we won't call it a field, it isn't one. Committee, we urge you to refuse this application. It is not for local employment. It adversely affects the amenity of neighbouring properties. The entrance/exit onto London Road is not safe and it does not sit comfortably with nor enhance the area in which it is proposed. One of the prerequisites of any planning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, could I ask, you're quite loud when you're talking over the officer like that, but while the officer's speaking, can we actually stay silent? The reason why we split all the nameplates up was to stop all the communication between each other. We are separate individuals here, please, and chatting is a bit off-putting. Thank you. Sorry, Robert. Go ahead. Over to you, Councillor, to address one of those points on that. Could I ask, is there water on site to provide a refreshment for the dogs and such on there?
Thank you, Chair. So yes, within the application, it states that there will be, it's proposed to be water mains and electric. Just to address some of the other points, I'm unaware if Highways have visited the site. Also, Environmental Protection have been consulted and did not raise any concerns in terms of impact to amenity. They've recommended conditions. It's considered to be quite a small scale business. I mean, one vehicle at any time. So it's not considered to be a busy. So yeah, I don't know if Simon wants to add to that.
Simon.
Thank you, Chair. I think, the point that the case officer is obviously making, this is an incredibly low intensity of use. One car with a buffer period between bookings, plus only 2 dogs at any one time. It strikes me it's pretty much almost a domestic scale of use. You know, it could be, if it were a garden area, it could have a couple of dogs out there for prolonged periods. I do take the point around animal welfare and the need for there to be water on site. You could condition that if you thought that was something which was omitted from the application. But other than that, I think the point is it's a very low-key, low intensity of use. Thank you, Chair.
So I just want to clarify, they state that there'll be bookings of 2 dogs at a time, and somebody will turn up in a vehicle and go onto the field, let them run around, and there's a 10-minute period in. What happens if somebody else in is there another worker then who could turn up after 10 minutes with another 2 dogs? No, it's just one person with 2 dogs at any one time. Thank you. Councillor Arnold, please.
Yeah, just one question. How can the business owner who is doing this remotely actually know there's only ever going to be 2 dogs on the site at one time?
Kelsey.
I mean, that would be a condition, so it would be conditioned, but I'm unable to answer that. Thank you.
Councillor McLean, then you're next, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. This worries me a little bit. I know the site very well, and I know it backs onto farmland, open farmland, and there's always been potential for maybe building out the back of this site as well. To have this exercise area, 2 dogs at any one time, that's going to take 2 vehicles, supposedly, could be. We're speculating, I know, but if there's 2 dogs and they're 2 different people and they've booked it, that's 2 car movements. There is huge restrictions behind here. These are domestic properties. There is they've had the enjoyment of the quiet space, and if they're working from home, you've got dogs chasing, barking, making a row. That would really impinge on their quality of life where this is, because this is not very big at all. It's a very small house, and then the garden out the back. It used to be like a small holding. So I think, we also do have in Copford a very good dog exercising area, which is used fully. This was put in many years ago for this reason. It's all fenced in, it's all professionally taken care of. You have the woods behind, you have the footpaths leading from it to it, there's gates from there, and there's a play area next to it, which is all separate. It's professionally done. This, I would say, will not be professionally done unless there is something in writing, or, you know, it is looked at seriously, because you could get people coming in thinking, we'll just put a chain link fence around, that would be fine, it's a small one. And, you know, and if it's, you've got to really think of what you are imposing on residents in this quiet village, because it's very unfair. Even a dog barking in a garden continuously is so unfair if you're trying to work from home. So I really would like reassurance, you know, that this is all being looked into seriously. You know, I know it's a nice thing for dogs, but Cotford is surrounded by thousands of acres of green fields and many, many footpaths. You know, so that's what worries me. Do we need to have them penned up in a pen that could be just left to sit and have a coffee while they just sort of scrap around in the garden? Is that fair? So I think, you know, in the open countryside, you know, we've got one, and it's very well done and it's very well run with the parish council. Do we really need another one, which is on a very busy road with surrounded by residents opposite and behind? You know, I cannot support something like this, but I know there is a professional one down the road which has all the facilities that are needed, all the waste disposal bins, and everything is there, and it's used, and I wouldn't say it's to its full potential. So I think, do we need another one in the village? So.
Yes. Councillor Manning, please.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with my fellow councillor regarding this issue. I'm afraid that I cannot support it. We've got a number of problems here. One is contamination, dog mess. First of all, the average dog owner, and I am one, they will clear the garden, our own garden up. They'll go round with the poo bag and clear it up regularly. Is anybody going to clear up the poo in this area? I don't think so. Maybe dog owners will do, but I think it's not going to be disciplined. There's a security issue. The gentleman who spoke already mentioned the fact that the opening to this site is almost opposite, almost outside a resident's door, an elderly resident. Vehicle access. Who's going to control it? How do we know it's going to be two people? You know, okay, so I phone up and I'll go online and I book a space at whatever time it is. Oh dear, it's a bit long. Let me overrun it a bit by half an hour. Then two people turn up. Who's going to control that? Who's going to manage it? And then we've got the time of usage, disturbance. You know, 4:30 at night, on a dark winter's night, you go and let your dog out, which is fine. But the residents don't want that, or even at 8:30 in the evening. You've got disturbance. And there's no management of this at all. I just find the whole thing is a mismatch, and it's going to be a nightmare for residents. So I cannot support it, I'm afraid.
Councillor Walls.
Thank you. Yeah, I do share some of the concerns. I don't take Jackie's point about we've already got one in the village, we don't need another. I would have thought you would have been all in favour of what's called healthy competition. But I do share the actual operational concerns, and this is an enforcement officer's nightmare. And if we're not careful, the council is going to be managing this by default, because there's going to be an enforcement officer being asked to go out and visit all the time because points have been made. Unless you have some kind of closed circuit TV and written into your contracts fines for basically overstaying, etc., then really you are dependent on somebody being there to be able to actually manage it. So that, I feel, is a concern. Plus the fact dogs are a species that are interested in what is going on around them. And you've got probably about 44 car parking spaces on the boundary of the next but one property. And basically you're going to have car doors shutting, people visiting, talking, etc., and dogs are going to be interested in that. Now, you will cause them to probably bark, and so that will become a problem for those living around it. And if there is no on-site supervision, then they're going to be forever on alert to phone our planning enforcement team to come and enforce the conditions. So because I live in a market economy and I accept that, I'm all for healthy competition. But this appears to be minimalistic to the extent that the actual responsibilities and costs are being passed on to others. If you look at some of the aspects that I've said. So I do feel that when, I don't know whether there was any pre-application discussions that took place here, but if there wasn't, maybe we should have further discussions and raise some of the issues that members of this committee have raised. Very practical ones here, and we need to know how these things are going to be managed. There is no water, there is no supervision, there is nearby distraction in abundance. Just to go on. Plus the fact dogs are very hierarchical and they are actually alpha. And if this starts off minimalistic and the principle is accepted and they come back and say, we want to expand our actual operations, what do you do with the dogs that are being bullied by other dogs? There is no actual isolation pen here. Are they going to chain them to the fence? There are lots of things here that I don't feel has been actually thought through. I'm not a planning expert, so I don't know what is and what can be conditioned, but I think there's enough issues that have been raised here that I think we need to invite the applicant to have further discussions with us and just flesh out exactly how this would actually be run, because if it's run well, it will provide healthy competition for what is already there, and that has to be good for business.
Can we just clarify about the water situation? That there's a water tap, because Councillor Warnes said there weren't none on there. Is there a water tap, or will there be a water tap being put into the site? We were told today on the site visit that there was a proposal for a shelter, electricity,
so it's proposed.
And
electric
water.
and water is proposed.
You could condition that, Chair.
So which abuts number 63, whose father owns 63. So the water and electricity would come from 63.
Okay, yeah. From the house there. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Chair. This is a new venture to me. I've not really heard of this sort of thing, and I had to do a bit of quick research while this is there. Thank you for bringing this forward. I had a quick look on BritishDogfields.com, how to set up a dog field. It's quite in depth, actually. Yeah, it's got lots of information, but one of the things that strikes me as important from what I read, I don't see if there are any authority on this, but actually they guide people in how to set these things up and how to better manage them. And one of the things that strikes me on here is it actually says that this dog fields are not a passive income stream, despite what you might imagine. A dog field business is not hands-free passive income. Dog fields must be inspected regularly every day to ensure there are no breaches of the fencing, security features, are working properly, padlocks, gates, CCTV cameras, and the condition of the field is as a customer would expect. They also go on to suggest that there's regrassing issues that need to be addressed, the use of poisons needs to be managed well, against any kind of nasties and all sorts there. I haven't heard anything in relation to safety and welfare of the pets that are going to be using it, and that's actually quite a serious point. They also say that actually there might be concerns about the location. It might be unsuitable if it's due to its proximity to residential properties. Well, that's kind of one of the issues that's being highlighted here tonight. So I won't support this because I don't think that the business plan is sound. I also think it's in the wrong location, in my honest opinion. So I'm just going to be bluntly honest with you and say I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just three very, very quick points because I think it's quite obvious that there's a bit of a consensus forming here. The 3 points I was going to make is the time of day. I mean, running till 9 o'clock at night is ridiculous. What I was going to ask is, Councillor McLean, the 3 other sites that you know of, do you know if they run till 9 o'clock at night or not? I'll just quickly finish up and then I'll pass it on to you. And then indeed the bottlenecking, people turning up late, hanging around chatting, it's just going to be inconvenient. And the supervision, CCTV, I'm a hardcore liberal. I don't like surveillance at the best of times. CCTV, looking into neighbours' properties potentially, I'm sorry, I can't have that. And I don't see how else it's going to be supervised. And even if it is CCTV, they're not going to come down from Bedford sharpish, are they? So I think we should start looking to move to a vote very shortly.
Jackie, do you want to clarify that?
I was just going to say, we live in a very nice village and people are very respectful of each other. So I have not heard a whisper of any antisocial behaviour with the dog pens at all. Well, pen, but it's run by the parish council and we're all very strict on how it's run.
Okay, well, it's a difficult one. This is a bit like a licensing situation, really, but you've got an application that comes in which has no history of antisocial behaviour and all the items that neighbours are worried about. So you actually have to grant a permission before then you take note of anything that happens afterwards. Then action can be taken and it can be closed down. That happens in licensing, which is a strange one, but this is planning. So we actually have to make a decision based on where we are tonight and the evidence that we have. I would imagine it doesn't really matter where the owner is. In licensing terms, if you remember the lap dancing club, it was taken over by a company or people who lived up in Lincoln, and they set up a CCTV and run it from there, for goodness sake. But Simon, over to you.
Thank you. I don't quite know what to say at that point. I was just going to say, Chair, if members had concerns over the potential impact of this use, they could grant a temporary consent with a review after 12 months to see how the whole thing is working out. And then if you were unhappy, you could refuse it. I appreciate the point around remote management. And you could also condition a management strategy for the site to be submitted and agreed to cover all the points you stated, like cleansing, monitoring of the boundary fences, and how they will actually ensure that only one car is on the site at any one time, and indeed that no more than two dogs are on the site. That is open to you, members, for your consideration.
Jackie.
I would like to second Jeremy's proposal, and I would also like to say if it was to go down the route of Simon's suggestion, I think we should get the ministry involved for welfare of animals. The ministry for the protection of animals and things, because the welfare. Because I think to actually have a site that's not monitored and maintained, I think we need to get higher authority on it to say that you can actually just leave dogs, whatever. Because there's not to say anybody's going to be on site, as we've already discussed. You can't just leave animals on their own. It's unfair on residents and the animals. So I think we need a lot more information of what we're going to be dealing with before it goes ahead. I'd like to know more. So I'd like to second Jeremy's proposal.
Actually, Jeremy didn't make a proposal.
He did.
He
Would
just
you like
said-
to?
He just said he wasn't happy with the application and we voted for it. I would suggest that
I'd second Jack.
if we could suggest it's more of a deferral again than rather than a refusal or approval. Because we could approve, as Simon said, and has been done in the past, with a temporary permission of of a year, and then all the evidence is gathered through that to close it down if it does happen.
That's where we are.
It does work in licensing, but this is not that. That is not. So what we need to do then, if you're going to refuse it, then we need real planning reasons to refuse it. And I don't believe there are any. We'll speak to Simon in a minute to see if there are. But if you wish to defer it under some conditions that we need more information on, a work plan should be put in place, that a form is filled in whenever somebody clears the site up and such and such. But I'll leave it up to you, members, of what conditions you wish to do. Do you want to refuse, then come up with some good reasons, or defer? Councillor Mannion.
Chair, on a point of order, can you speak in the mic because I can't hear him?
Pardon? Sorry, I'm not doing very well tonight. Steady. Can I propose that we defer this on the grounds of management? The site isn't properly managed. There's contamination, there is security, there is vehicle access, there are times and disturbance to neighbours on those bases. Can we do that as a deferral, please?
That sounds more like a refusal but Simon, I think I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it does sound more like a refusal, I have to say. I think you've identified the lack of direct management of the facility poses a risk to the amenities of neighbouring properties by virtue of the potential for unmanaged dog behaviour on site, lack of security potentially of site boundaries, and generally the conditioning of the number of cars and number of dogs would be difficult to enforce in the absence of on-site management. So if you would, if members are so minded, if you agree those heads of terms, we can weave a reason of refusal based on our adopted policies around those particular heads, if members are so minded. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to propose that as a refusal, exactly what that man said there. Thank you.
1 sec, which again they're referring from.
Sorry.
Oh. Okay, so to recheck, are you proposing a refusal based on what Simon has stated as reasons, or do you wish to add any more reasons to that? Is it a proposal for a refusal?
I'm happy to change my proposal to propose a refusal on the basis of what that man said over there.
Seconded by Councillor Hagan. Councillor Warnes, you speak.
Can I ask a question? You are refusing something on grounds that if acceptable answers to those were there, you would possibly accept, but there's a cost to having to put in another planning application. So is it not better to talk to them about those issues to see what the answers might be before then turning it down? That seems a much more reasonable approach to me.
Well, if you feel that, you can make a proposal on any grounds you'd like on that, if you feel strongly about it. So do you wish to make a proposal?
No, I don't wish to get into a zero-sum game, Chair. But I think I've made a reasonable point, but a proposal has been made, and that should be tested.
Okay, because I think the only way we've got is to go with the proposal for refusal, or to go for the temporary licence for a year as such. But I don't think there's any support for that whatsoever. And that, Simon.
Just to confirm, with regards to the point that Councillor Warren's raised, they would get a free go if they resubmitted it following a refusal. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That is good clarification. Thank you.
So we are where we are. We've got a proposal and a seconder for that to refuse the application on the grounds that we've noted and stated. So we'll move to the vote. All those in favour of refusal?
That is 9 votes, Chair.
Those against? Those abstaining? One abstaining. Thank you, members. That's very good. And now we've got an issue of, it's in the minutes that when it gets to 10 o'clock.
We're 4 minutes early, actually, Chair.
Oh, we're 4 minutes above. So if we start the application, it sounds like now I've started, I'm going to finish it.
Just a minute finished earlier today, Chair, but in the procedure rules,
We've got to vote to stay.
in the procedure rules, it's the first application that finishes after 10. We have to take a vote on whether to proceed, so we haven't got to that
Don't get
point
too
yet.
comfy.
No, we can go.
So, and because I think the gentleman in the green is here for their last application as well as the visiting councillors, not councillor. We have 2 more applications to hear. Oh, sorry, 1 application and 1 matter of procedure. And we need to take a vote on whether we stay on. And if we stay past 10 o'clock, then we hear both applications. The second one could be a lengthy one or it could be a short one. It all depends on members and whether we go for it. So,
I just need to come in, Chair, that this vote should be proposed seconded without debate. And this should be go without
okay,
debate.
so there's no debate. So the vote is, do we stay on and hear both the other 2 items on the committee? Those in favour, there's no debate.
It's just point of order.
That's a debate, isn't it?
No, it's point of order.
Go on then.
Clarification on protocol of the remaining agenda items. What would happen?
So the meeting would be adjourned and either a new meeting would be set up depending on the urgency of how they need to be heard, or they would be added to the next agenda.
So we move to the vote. All those in favour of staying on to complete tonight's agenda, and it could go to 11 o'clock, it's entirely up to you. All those in favour, please raise your hands for staying on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's Chairman's casting vote.
Oh no. Then I vote to... No, I vote that I think it's unfair.
On a point of order, shouldn't you maintain the status quo?
Much as I love status quo, what exactly is the status quo?
So whenever the chair has the deciding vote, they do not have to vote in the same way that they've voted before. They have completely open vote to vote on through their conscience on how they choose.
And as I have no life, even though next door is having a barbecue and a cocktail party, and they've emailed me loads of pictures of them enjoying themselves, and I'm going to be there at 1 o'clock, I vote that we stay on and complete the items. So we now move on to 7.6, the Stanway School, Winster Road, is up for approval. Chris Harden is the officer. No one speaking against, no public speaking against. We have a public forum, Robert Pomeroy. This is a good one, it's like the good old days. And visiting councillors, Councillors Arnold, Councillor Scott Boutel. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Chairman. Just find my presentation.
Sorry, Chris, before you start, Councillor Arnold, you're now excluded from the committee. And if you can move sideways to sit in with the public, just there, and then we'll call you as a speaking councillor. Procedures, don't you just love it? Good old England. Over to you, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'm going to have to actually leave because it's past my bedtime, so I'm going to have to... No, seriously. So this is an application at Stanway School for the retrospective stationing of the demountable structure to form a clubhouse. And this serves Stanway Pegasus Football Club. I'll just take you through the aerial photograph and the drawings. So first of all, if you can see my cursor, the clubhouse is located here, this white building. This is Winstrey Road here. Going down here, the cursor's a bit wild. Note other roads in the vicinity. And then the orange building is the clubhouse here, adjacent to the football pitch, and the youth centre and the school buildings here. And just a closer view of the site overall. To the rear here, where my cursor is the parking area, which provides for 30 parking spaces. Access coming in here. So this is the building in question, relatively modest building, basically a converted container as such. Floor plan is that. And this is the clubhouse here, view from the road. That's more of a winter view. Here's more of a summer view. And this shows the context along the street. There is some parking available along the street. There are yellow lines, double yellow lines further along in either direction, and a crossing here with zigzags. It's a closer view of the clubhouse, side on. So that's the youth centre to the rear, with that monopitched roof. It's a view looking from within the site to the end of the clubhouse. This is a view showing the access into the parking area, pedestrian crossing here, and zigzags here, so obviously no parking should occur in those areas. That's a clearer view of the parking area within the site. Quite a wide access point there. So other views of the street. This was taken during a weekday afternoon, as far as I can remember. Here you see double yellow lines either side of the road, and then some more parking potentially on street along here and here. I'll just take you back to the site plan as I continue my presentation. So in terms of the use of the building, it is Stanway Pegasus FC caters for men, women and children of all ages. It's been noted that the team has played at the site in one form or another for over 20 years, although the number of teams has increased, particularly since 2018. Children's teams have been introduced, but it should also be noted that only 4 teams at any one time maximum will play at the site. So in terms of planning considerations, in terms of the principle, the local plan and national planning policy framework are supportive of sustainable leisure uses such as this, so the proposal should therefore be considered on its planning merits. In terms of design, scale and form, the proposal is considered acceptable. It's a relatively modestly sized building, respects the character of the site and the surroundings, does blend in quite well with the youth centre. You can see it from the street from some angles, other angles it's a bit more hidden, but overall it does sit quite quietly within the street scene. In terms of highway issues, this is a key aspect. You'll note that concerns have been raised in the community about vehicular movements and the intensity of use of car movements and parking on the street. Overall, it is not considered that the clubhouse would increase the intensity of use of the site to any significant degree. It's not deemed as a traffic generator or attractor, and nor is it a destination venue, as the Highway Authority have confirmed. In some ways, it may reduce movement because people could stay on site, have a coffee or tea while they're waiting for the match to finish, and then perhaps drive their child away. On the other hand, it could mean that people do stay on site for longer, but then would not have further vehicular movement of going elsewhere. There are 30 car parking spaces shown, and that is considered to be a reasonable provision and does not conflict with the parking standards, which are maximum rather than minimum. It is a very small building in itself, so that would not generate a significant number of parking provision under the standards anyway, under the maximum standard. It's not considered there would be a compromising of highway safety, and there certainly would not be a severe impact on the highway network as referred to in the National Planning Policy Framework. However, given the concerns that have been raised, it is considered that we should actually put on a traffic management plan, because there could be some change in the use of vehicles on the site, however minor. So it would be good to have this management condition on, so that in accordance with what the Highway Authority have suggested, vehicles are managed and the people using the site for the purposes are briefed on best practice for parking, manoeuvring, and actually vehicle manoeuvres in the overall vicinity. So we would like to put that condition on, and is considered justified to be able to put that condition on. In terms of residential amenities, not considered there would be any significant impact on neighbouring amenity. The building would not generate an intensification of use of the site. Environmental Protection have not objected to the scheme. The building itself is not overbearing on anyone, would not result in any loss of light or outlook to any residences. So overall, we are recommending approval with the conditions applied as per the committee report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Then we move on to the public speakers. There's no public against. Public for Robert Pomeroy, please. You know the score, Robert.
Good evening once again. It's the policy of the Council that any new sports provision within schools, such as sports pitches, multi-use games areas, are made available for use by the community. As such, it is a condition of the planning consent for the facilities at Stanway that have a dual use, i.e. that the condition requires the use to be by the school and that they're made available by the community, to the community. Stanway Pegasus are the community, or at least part of the community, and have been used in facilities for 20 years. In 2018, the club were known as FC Pegasus, but changed the name to Stanway Pegasus to reflect where they came from. The football club has many teams from under sevens to seniors, and both male and female players. On average, the club uses the facilities twice a week during the season, and the site is also used by other teams and of course the school. The proposal was not to establish the use to play football. That is long established. It is to regularise a small shipping container on the site that the club uses as a refreshment station. It's a tea hut. In the application, I described the building as a clubhouse, which on reflection is much too grand, as the unit is small and has enough room for a few parents or players to grab a tea or a cold drink during or after game or training. The club were not aware of the need for planning permission, so the application is retrospective. Whether the unit is to remain or not will have no impact on traffic or parking or the concerns that have been raised, because it does not in itself generate movements. It is only open when the club are on site, so twice a week. However, it is a welcome addition to those who experience the site and use the facilities, and it causes no direct harm. Therefore, members are respectfully requested to allow the container to remain and approve the condition.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold, please. You have 5 minutes and they'll go after 4.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to raise the real concerns which the residents of Stanway have over more development on the Stanway school site. This facility does encourage more footfall and more visitors and more cars, and I think we should consider some of these matters raised by the local residents regarding this application. Firstly, the car park is not adequate to accommodate the visitors who already use it. As just pointed out, that's 4 teams. I believe there's 15 people on the team, roughly. So at least about 120 people are going to be there, even if half of them use their cars. That's not including anybody like referees. So the car park is overused. This leads on to cars parking on the zigzags on the Deborah crossing right outside the school. We've had reports of cars also parking in the bus bays, so buses have to drop off their passengers in other places, which is very distressing to people with disabilities. We've also have issues with the car parks being used that are designated for the youth club. More concerning than that is the cars parking directly outside the youth club's gate, which is the access point to this car park. Yes, it is a little bit wide when there's no cars parked there. When a car parks in front of that gate, you cut down that vision for the drivers coming in and out of that access as children are using that youth club exit and entrance. Next, we've got the noise pollution. The local people can hear the very enthusiastic encouragement given to players during the matches. And then we're going to have on top of this more cars closing doors and engines starting as everyone leaves the site at 10 o'clock, causing more frustration to the residents. And please, there is a sheltered accommodation directly opposite this site. Then the street view of the structure is a shipping container. What isn't shown on the plans, though, is there is another shipping container already next to it, which is probably the hideous out of the two. It's not in keeping with the road scene. Is the shipping container already there going to be permanent? We haven't had any feedback on that one yet. And because residents are concerned, it's not just going to. Is this going to amount to more being put there? I asked the committee to listen to the local residents' concerns around this application. I would like us all to consider a deferral because of the other shipping container and what its potential use is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, another visiting councillor, Leslie Scott-Patel. Okay, Leslie, you know the score? Off you go.
Good evening. The first point that I'd like to make is that the Highways Agency responded raising their concerns that the Highway Authority is aware and concerned by the motor traffic that parks indiscriminately and on some occasions in dangerous locations which cause hazards to other highway users. There are already parking issues with which residents have to endure following the expansion of all the schools in Winstead Road and a new build SEND school. The situation was so dire that Essex County Council commissioned Sustrans to run a 2-year community engagement project. Sadly, this has not resolved the parking issues. There is still parking on enforcement markings and pavement. There is still obstruction and gridlock with buses unable to get through. Having lobbied for years, Essex County Council have commissioned a full parking review. Highways go on to criticise, saying, the proposed structure, although called a clubhouse, does not provide the benefits of a true clubhouse. A true clubhouse would have structure which provides public conveniences, social spaces for meetings, events, the sale and consumption of food and drink within the structures, and may be used for entertainment purposes when matches are not being played. In which case, what is this structure? Will it evolve into a clubhouse as defined? There is a small wooden structure which looks as if its purpose is to sell drinks and snacks. There is a toilet block which takes up parking spaces and I'm unable to find planning permission for. It also states in the report that the design, scale and form of the clubhouse is considered to respect the character of the surroundings and would not be detrimental to the character of the street scene. I disagree. It's not in keeping with the street scene. The view from the street is obstructed by a shipping container, which is part of the development. There is no mention of the container in the application, and I cannot see planning permission for that either. In short, I view this as creeping development. Committee will have noted that the application already granted this year for a 50-seater sheltered stadium and a monopitch canopy lawful development certificate. 16.8 states that there are 30 car parking spaces available, and this is a reasonable provision for the use of the site. Again, I disagree. A 50-seater stadium, a canopy and spectators and players' entrances. Why is there an installed guard hut? What is its purpose? If every visiting car is full, 30 parking spaces is inadequate. I know this because I have been blocked in or unable to park when visiting the youth centre, as all their spaces have been taken by club visitors. I've had to ask the North Essex Parking Partnership to patrol there at night when club visitors have parked on the enforcement markings and on zebra crossing zigzags. This is adjacent to the car park entrance and directly outside the youth centre. Fixed penalty notices have been issued. Stanway already has 2 established football clubs. This is the 3rd, and people travel into Stanway from across the city to attend. This is not a facility only for local people. It is not an asset for Stanway. I'll say it again. This retrospective application is a part of the creeping development. In the report, it says about the use of the site growing over the years, and it's also stated that football in the area has evolved, as has the club. Is the demountable the next step in growing the club? Why does a small local facility need a toilet block, shipping container and a guard hut? I'm glad to read that the neighbours' concerns have been carefully considered. However, one of the objections requested turning down the language, and another 2 about both bad and outrageous noise levels. The site's closest neighbour is a sheltered accommodation. It's not right that they must suffer the shouts, cheers, noise and bad language. The planning system has let the residents of Winstery Road and surrounding roads down. The majority have lived there before the school expansions and have had to endure the gridlock and dangerous parking that caused. With the growth of the football club, there is no respite. The issues carry on into the evening and weekends. It's not just training, but matches and tournaments, which bring many visitors into Stanway from outside the area. I note that the conditions state implementing a traffic management plan, but with the approved plan shall thereafter be complied with. I realise that can be enforced by planning. However, who is responsible for ensuring compliance? Our planning enforcement team? Residents? Me? The existing timed enforcement markings will have to be altered. Who will pay for the consultation and implementation of that? The hours of use are not suitable for a residential area because it will be detrimental to residents for the reasons given. It's totally the wrong location. Please support my residents when making the final decision on this retrospective application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan, you wanted to raise something?
Yeah, actually, I've just read the report, and one thing that didn't occur to me earlier on is I may need to declare a non-pecuniary interest. I need officer advice on this. The Stanway Parish Council have already made an opinion on this. They've already decided, basically, that they've given their objections. I'm a member of the Stanway Parish Council, so I just need officer's advice on whether or not I need to go and sit over there with Tracy, or whether I should just sit here and watch YouTube or something for 5 minutes. Thank you.
So, Councillor Hagan, it depends upon whether you voted and expressed an opinion at that meeting and vote. Basically, the key point is, did you vote on those comments?
No. However, Parish Council, I understand, is one voice.
If it's sometimes, Chair, it can be when Parish Council, it depends, because I'm not au fait, as it were, with Stanway. So does it have a separate planning committee?
It does.
Did you sit on that and make the decision?
No.
Then I don't think that isn't, because you haven't expressed public opinion on it through voting on that you don't predetermine yourself through that.
Okay,
I'm looking over to my manager just to confirm. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for clarifying, just so we're all aware. I'm good to go. Do I get a few minutes to have my say as a ward councillor, or should I just stay here?
You get to have your say because you're the ward councillor, you're the third one, so we come to you first. So, but on parish councils, when there was a separate committees as they are, they vote and they recommend to the full parish council, then it goes to the parish council meeting, and the whole parish council votes on whether they send their objections or recommendations into the council. So did you do no?
There's no objections. No,
so I come across
no objections. It was done through the planning committee, but I wasn't part of that meeting.
No, but were you part of the full council when they agreed to send the?
I'd have to check.
And I say because when I was a parish councillor and a borough councillor, the best way was to exclude myself from that. But
it's an interesting point. I'll have to check the minutes to see whether or not we accepted the minutes from the planning committee, because then by virtue of that I may have accepted it already. Does that make sense? I'm really
I think that in the meantime we're going to be here all night.
We are.
We'll let you have your comments as the ward councillor and we'll worry about that afterwards.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues in Stanway Ward for coming along and speaking so passionately about some of the challenges that are faced in Stanway around Winstry Road. I'm going to keep it brief because I know it's a late night. Look, we don't want to confuse the two issues. We know there are some ongoing issues in that area of Winstry Road, but a lot of those issues are concerned about the school times, especially drop-off and collection times. Stanway Pegasus is our third football team. We have 3 football teams in Stanway, and we need to make sure that we give each one of them the support we can, because they're keeping our kids out there kicking a ball about and breathing the fresh air rather than sitting in front of their games consoles all night. Now, yes, sometimes language will be used that we don't all want to hear, but this is football. I'm not here to sort of discuss that decision. The only concern that I will find right now is I visit that site on a Tuesday night. I think there's football games often happening there. My family member goes to a dance class nearby. So I'm in that car park and I'm waiting. I've never had a problem getting a parking space, drop off and pick up. So I know that car park well at that time of night. I'm not saying there aren't issues. I have seen a lot of traffic parking down Winstry Road, and I know, it's like any other road. It's going to get busy if there's a local event happening, and you see it around at Stanway Villa as well. When they have the big events on, they put the parking cones out. I think actually, Leslie, you help with that as well. I think you contact North Essex Parking Partnership to get those cones out. So well done on you. So that can be managed, and that's something that we could look to do on the bigger events that happens there. When it comes down to this planning application, I think we're talking about a T-hut, and perhaps you could rename it a T-hut. And should anything else want to come forward, then perhaps that needs to come through with a bigger, wider plan to make sure that we're all aware what's happening, and of course that can be decided on its merits at that particular time. The only thing I will say finally is I do agree with Leslie and Tracy. The visual from the street scene isn't great. Maybe we can get some trees up there to mask it if the committee decides that retrospective planning commission application can be permitted. That would be my only request on this. Otherwise, thank you very much for letting me have the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, use my knowledge of being chairman of Row Edge Football Club many years ago. Pegasus used to play down Row Edge. It was when they were full of Burgold players. They used to play Row Edge. It was always a feisty game, I think. And language of football grounds. The referee is in charge of every football match. He is responsible for control of the language of the players on that field. Not the club, not anybody else around it. The referee alone has the power. If he feels somebody has used foul language, he should show them a red card straight away. They'll get fined. It's quite a lot of money now. I can't remember, I don't know what it is up to now. They are responsible for the language of that because we had complaints about it down the Row Edge. The reason why football clubs use containers, they're safe, they're secure, they can't be broken into, they're all padlocked, and they're cheap to buy and put in for grounds to keep their facilities in. And that's just me, because we had 2 down in Row Edge that were given to us by the local business. The issues the parking are down to the parking partnership and the highways. There's people parking, having the tea hut in there won't bring many people in because it's not exactly like a Costa or any other coffee brand by that name. So I can't see it's going to add to the problems, but there does seem to be a problem up there, as there is a problem in every junior football club around Colchester, and we're the same in Row Edge. Parking partnership needs to up the gains, and we know that they now have a mobile camera, a static camera they could use to set up. Sorry,
the static camera is no longer there.
Okay, but it does exist in the parking partnership. It can be requested and it can be put up to catch all those people.
Sorry, Mike, there was one, but it's been taken down.
I know, but there is one existing in the parking partnership because it goes all the way around Essex. So it can come back. Oh, sorry, I just thought there was this. Anyway, I'll carry on. But it's down to the parking partnership to sort out all the parking problems around that area. So I'll move it on there and we'll go to Sam.
You've basically said what I was going to say. I think, and I'm sorry to my party colleagues and dear friends, I think Winstry Road, the parking issues down there are a problem and have been for a long, long time, since the expansion of the school probably, if not beforehand. That's been a problem prior to this tea hut arriving, and it's going to be a problem after the tea hut. It goes through potentially if it does tonight. So I mean, we can't look at that as part of this planning application, I don't believe, because they're not creating these vehicles and the problems. So that's basically all I was going to say, is that we can't let that skew our opinion, I'm afraid, because it's, as you rightly say, it's parking partnership and something that needs to be enforced, and it ruddy well does.
Jackie.
I've lived in the area for 40 years or more, and I've never had an issue. I mean, yes, the school is very popular and it is busy, but they have absolutely put everything forward to give those children a really good sporting career. So often do we see youngsters not having the exercise, not having that outside participation. I've got 3 grandsons. They all play football. They all play rugby. They love it. It's so healthy for them. And I'm thinking, if parents can just be a little bit patient when they're outside on the road or just drop off and go, I think we need to support them as much as we can. We are losing all these sort of social skills with playing football and kicking a ball about because everybody's going to the computer, the iPads and everything. It's not healthy for children. And I will never not support something like this, because I think it is very, very important. We are losing these social skills with our youngsters. So I would like to support this application. Or this,
is that a proposal? Is that a proposal?
Yes, to keep it for the children, because I think it is very, very important. If in the process of there is enforcement that needs to be done or something has to be sorted, we need to have an alternative that we can offer, or the school can get, reasonably within that site, because, you know, it is so important for the education of this county.
Okay, thank you. Is that seconded at all? Councillor Mann. Thank you. So now we'll move on. Actually, Councillor Walls.
Thank you. Yeah, I would broadly support the enablement of physical activities, especially for, you know, younger people, and I think that is a consideration that should be given weight. I do think there are management issues, however. I mean, I remember being like Mike and a follower of non-professional football, and used to go to Tiptree Club when it was there. And the foul language doesn't just happen on the pitch. You know, the foul language happens off the pitch. So we need to be conditioning that the management must take responsibility for that and actually police it and be seen to police it. Because if you don't manage it, it spreads around the ground quite quickly. And some of the language is more than fruity. It's really out of order, frankly. The other thing I would raise, and I do take Sam's point about parking issues are there, but I wonder whether parking issues are getting to the point they might warrant a dedicated liaison between the establishments that have parking needs within a close proximity. The reason I ask is that on that side of the road there is the Wynn Street medical practice, and in line with new NHS guidelines, they are increasing their access to 8 p.m. Weekdays and on Saturdays, and you have got multiple doctors there that will have nursing staff, admin staff, so most of the parking spaces at that surgery are taken by those that are working there. So those that visit, and that does include myself, and that's how I know, that they come from a wider area. They, in fact, the actual patient list will extend well into Pyfleet, which is quite some mileage away. So you end up with basically residents that are not all mobile. Thank you, Chair. I wondered if I could join your discussion.
We were discussing whether you had a non-pecuniary interest or not, because you're the patient
I don't
of the
think
surgery.
so. I don't actually own the surgery. I don't.
No, but you're a patient of the surgery, so you travel there. And talk about parking issues, but we decided there wasn't really.
No. Thank you, sir. And as you'll know, members can take advice or they can make their own decision. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. So basically, there may be issues there because you do have people that are not exactly mobile who are having to park in side streets in order to walk to the surgery. And if you're going to extend that well into the evening and sort of Saturdays, it just strikes me that maybe some actual discussion needs to take place. And whether that can actually be conditioned, I don't know, but there is definitely a parking conflict. Thank you.
Councillor Hagan.
I just wanted to touch on the point about the parking. I know we could sit here all night talking about parking, and I'm not going to. But I just wanted to confirm to the committee that actually Essex County Council are undertaking a parking study, and I've had confirmation that the process is going out to tender via mini competition process mid-June, so around now, with a view to commence the study during September and October. So please, if that's something that could be done, feed it back into that study. Once that happens, I'm sure all businesses and education facilities around the area, as well as residents, will be informed. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have no more speakers, and we have a proposal and a seconder. So it's for approval, and the seconder was Roger Manning. Yeah, sorry. I forgot from that. Sorry, Roger, I forgot you were here. Sorry, we'll go back. We have a proposal and a seconder, Councillor Manning, for approval of the application with the conditions attached. All those in favour, please show their hands.
It is unanimous, Chair.
apologies it's taken so long, but we had a very long agenda tonight, but we got there. At least you can go home. We're actually still here for another item. So. Thank you for waiting so long. So I think we'll end it there. I'll rescind my vote now and we'll go home. I can't see it. Okay. All right, so we now move on to the last item, which is a matter of procedure that's down here. Revised procedures for S106 developer contributions. We have no public speakers or visiting councillors, but over to Karen.
Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us as well tonight. I think there's been some confusion in respect of this report. It does seek to clarify the spend release process. It doesn't seek to remove or reduce councillor involvement in the process. So I want to make that clear from the outset. This approach was reported to scrutiny in March, so did have a thorough discussion at that meeting. It was also a recommendation of an external audit that was carried out on Section 106 with a focus on Stanway, that reported in May. And we also undertook an internal review of all Section 106 processes as a corporate exercise last year, and this was one of the recommendations that came out from there. So the involvement of councillors in the spend release process has always been there, but something happened in 2021, but it's never been documented what happened, why it happened, and who decided it happened. So the whole purpose of this is to formalise things so that you can say, well, I should have been notified of this at this time. So the intention was to make sure that you and all other councillors were informed when money was received and when money was intended to be spent. And that will remain. It will not change in this process, if you agree, that is. If you have a problem or concern when you're notified by the spend release project officer, then you contact me. We're not having this process of going to various other officers in the council. We're having a single point of contact. So I'm hoping, again, that's an improvement to the process. Another change also involves informing parish councils when money is received and intended to be spent, because that was part of the reason that scrutiny even discussed the whole Section 106 issue, because parish councils were, I think probably like yourselves, finding that projects were being allocated to Section 106, which A, you knew nothing about, and B, you didn't agree with, and C, weren't the most appropriate spend. So what you probably remember is that twice, I think in the past year, I've emailed you all, and I've emailed all parish councils, and we've followed up saying, let us know your projects. Because what we want to do is front load the system so there's no surprises for anyone. And we'll compile a table or list of projects which are all SIL compliant, and that list can change on a regular basis. It's a live list. So if a project gets funded elsewhere, it comes off. If something else becomes a priority, you tell us, it goes on. So when we have Section 106 monies come in that aren't already specifically allocated, then we can look at that list and that informs what we say the spend will go against. But we still ask you, and we still say this is the intention. But because you've helped inform that list, you should be fully aware and in support of it. So I don't think there's anything different there. If anything, it will just add transparency of Section 106, which is often seen as a bit of a dark art that no one really understands and all goes on behind the scenes. Also, bear in mind that all major applications, and when I say major, that only means 10 units or more, and in some cases under 10, so the one we saw in Milan tonight, for example, that's very specific in terms of where that Section 106 will be spent. So there's no flexibility. So they're already defined. And that does often happen with the smaller developments as well. Increasingly, applicants are asking us to define where Section 106 will be spent, even on those very small applications, you know, for one dwelling where we tend to use a standard approach. And in the past, we haven't always specified the spend, but we are being challenged because applicants aren't required to pay it just to get the approval. We have to prove that the request is still compliant, which means it's necessary to make the development acceptable, it's directly related to the development, and it's fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. So this report simply seeks to formalise a process that's evolved over the years without any scrutiny. We have been introducing changes over the past year as a result of the internal work and to ensure that the whole Section 106 regime is more transparent, and this is simply part of it. So I hope that's put your minds at rest and helped explain it a bit better.
Thank you, Karen. Councillor Hagley.
I had to be first, Karen. You know that. And thank you for the work you've put into this. It has been a challenge, we know, and as a new councillor coming and going, what the heck? I had no idea. And you've kind of brought this forward, and to get some sort of control back is, I use the word control loosely, but it's good to see. A couple of questions relating to the approval of by the portfolio holder over 250,000. After that decision has been made, is that subject to potential call-in by other members? Is that the same process? Would that follow? The second, just for a scrutiny point of view, second question as well is regarding officer decision-making, so delegated authority to make decisions on small expenditure below the 250,000, presumably. Is there some way, some formula that can be applied so that if monies are raised in a certain area, that actually they're kind of reinvested in that area as a first call? There was one other question I had. When you were reimagining this process, was there a reason why perhaps the process that the local highways panel uses, where they have a panel to make those decisions on higher spend, why that wasn't considered versus the portfolio holder decision? Thank you.
Yeah, I think because it's so tightly controlled, especially spend over 250,000, it's already detailed in a Section 106 agreement. So for sums of money that high, it will say, for example, 800,000 to go towards a new community centre at Chesterwell. So it's really quite tightly defined. In Mile End, we've got a pot of money going to the Severals Community Centre, and a pot of money going to Chesterwell, and a separate pot of money going to the former rugby club site. So we can't vary that, so there's no point in having a panel to look at it because there's nothing we can do. It's set down in a legal agreement. So that's the process for that. Anything over 250,000, because it's that high amount, there's no call-in, again, for the same reason, because it's already set out in that legal agreement. So that's already been stamped and sealed by the council's monitoring officer. And I should say the spend release form has to be signed by myself now, by Andrew Weavers as a monitoring officer, the Section 151 lead finance officer, the project officer, someone else in finance. So it's not without its own internal scrutiny as it is. So it is quite a detailed process.
Thank you. Just to come back on one other point, if you don't mind, the prioritisation of the bucket list. How does that get managed? Is it because obviously something perhaps that one councillor will give you a list, the parish council will give you another list, and you know after 3 or 4 years you're gradually working through this, but actually there might be changes.
Yeah.
And certainly there might be changes in the needs and requirements. How's that being monitored? Is it going to be like an annual review with ward colleagues to say this is on the list, this is what's going to happen, and additional stakeholders as well, just to make sure that the list is still being maintained? Are we going to have visibility of that list at all times, that we can say, well, actually, let's have a conversation about this particular point? That just an answer on that.
Yeah, and apologies, I should have mentioned that, because that's all part of the new process. When you get the monthly reports come out saying how much money there is in each ward, there'll also be a table come out with that, which shows all the projects on the list currently, and that's when you come back to me and say, that needs to come off, or that needs to go on. And then if there is a need to prioritise, we do that when the application comes in, or we know there's schemes in the pipeline, so that we get there early and we can have those discussions. Yeah.
Thank you.
And you know that I will take a robust approach to spend in a locality wherever possible, because that's what SIL or Section 106 is about. It's about mitigating development.
And if no ward has any schemes put forward, but they have developments, the 106 money we've taken probably spent elsewhere. No?
Because it shouldn't be asked for. If there's no projects identified, because there's no shortfall in infrastructure, we shouldn't be seeking a contribution.
Fair enough, that's good. Councillor Davison.
Thank you very much. Well, things move on, don't they? Karen, 2 or 3 thoughts, really. You're in a dilemma because actually you saying councillors can go back to you if they disagree with the officer that's running the project, but actually they're your officers as well, so you know they're not? No? Okay. My point is, how much weight does a ward councillor have in the decision-making process at the end of the day? Or is there an appeal process, which Councillor Hagan mentioned? That's just something to think about. And the other thing is, for specifically for smaller villages, other villages that don't have any allocation in the local plan, they struggle to get any 106 money. They have it for the odd bedroom or two or an extra house. And actually, is there any flexibility on that 60-40 split between the borough and the parish? Because actually, for those villages who have next to nothing anyway, that 60%, that 40% can make a real difference. And finally, your suggestion that we could come running to you if we don't agree with something is wonderful. And can we have that written into the scheme, please? So because forgive me, there's only 8 or 9 councillors here, but the others will want to know too. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine, but Richard stopped recording 5 minutes ago. There's no appeal process, no, because someone has to take a decision at the end of the day. And the large schemes are decided by committee or through a legal process. So we are talking about smaller amounts of money. In the small villages, yeah, I've got some sympathy. You need a level of development to be able to do anything, don't you, really? And there have been occasions where I've suggested through the development team that the whole spend is within a ward. And I also think it doesn't necessarily have to be in the ward where the development is if it doesn't make sense.
No.
If there's a development and it actually relates better to a community facility, say, just across the ward boundary, then that's where it should be spent, because that's where the mitigation is required.
Okay. Yes. I'm pleased to hear this flexibility. Thank you.
Microphones, please.
But Chair, I was just saying that we'd be very pleased to spend money by into the hands.
Okay, so we need a decision. What was it's just an agreement, really, that we agree with conditions. Any more questions, or are we happy to stay for a bit longer? Oh, not showing. So we now vote for approval of the revised procedures for the S106 development contributions. As you're trying to trap me, no, because the parish council will pick on me for doing it. You know what they're like; they won't believe anything we say. Oh no, it's the borough versus parish. It's all a conspiracy, isn't it, Robert? Yes.
We do need a proposer, though,
Jackie, proposer. Jackie. Well, Jackie, thank you. I've got a second, please. Councillor Warren. Don't get me start laughing. So I think we've got a proposal and a second now. All those in favour of the item of
That is 9. Oh, that's unanimous, sorry. Thank you, Chair.
And with that, we are now finishing the committee meeting. Not quite the longest one I remember.
That was a really good meeting.
I remember doing mine after finishing at 11:30 once, but